the days, to fulfill the hours, to fulfill the minutes. But we'll have a conviction in our heart that we met Jesus. We will have a conviction in our heart that we have been with Jesus. We will have a conviction in our heart that we have talked with Jesus. Help us, Lord, this day. Strengthen us, O Lord, this day. Let the heaven over your people this morning be open and cause it to rain upon us. The rain of your presence. We pray, O Lord, that you will in your simplicity move in the midst of your people. We pray, Father, that you will forgive our errors, that you will repair every breach wherewith we have been breached in the name of Jesus Christ. Into your hands we commit our intellect, our minds, our brain, our thoughts this hour. We pray, Heavenly Father, that as Scripture says, we will be seated in heavenly places this day in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, we thank you. We bless your name. We humble ourselves before you. The Bible says that the root of David, he has prevailed to open the book and to look thereon. And in Revelation chapter 10, we saw him coming down in angelic form. The mystery of redemption was brought to a close. And he was descending. Heavenly Father, we pray that you will help us this day. And at that hour of your descent, we will be more and more able to ascend up in the name of Jesus Christ. Even as it said in the book of Joshua, when the wall fell, they all ascended up. Father, help us this morning. We pray for your grace, Heavenly Father. We pray for thy cleansing, Lord. We are asking for your help. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. You may be seated. Let's be seated and let's settle down. Is there a microphone handy that is mobile? Who can help us this morning? What did we do last week? What did we look at last week? Huh? Who is helping us?
The mystery of God.
The mystery of God. The mystery of God. And this morning we'll just be trying to tie the loose ends of all what we've been looking at. And we'll try to make some points though. Amen. Revelation chapter 10 verse 7. Revelation chapter 10 verse 7. Amen. But in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, when it shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he had declared to his servants, the prophets. Amen. But in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, when it shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he had declared to his servants, the prophets. Amen. Now, within the message, because of certain words of the prophet, people change this thing to mysteries, to all mysteries. Because the way the prophet spoke, people change this thing to all mysteries. And the prophet said that. Yes, he said that. If you read the sealed book, he said that. Within the message circle, you will also see people saying, the moment the sealed book was revealed, that all the mysteries of God, the prophet preached all the mysteries of God. The prophet preached all the mysteries of God. Even when the prophet was quoting Revelation chapter 10, verse 7, he said, all the mysteries. So people ran with that. The same way one of the prophet message, I think also the seals, also the church ages, he said, there are 700 that had not bowed the knee. That was a mistake, because there were actually 7,000. But people believed, because the prophet said 700, people ran with that as a 700. That's a revelation. What people have forgotten is that God himself employs a fan in the ministry. God himself employs a fan. God himself employs a fan in the ministry. Matthew chapter 3, verse 11 and 12. Matthew chapter 3, verse 11. I indeed baptize water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire, whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, but he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. So, many times we read Matthew chapter 3, we emphasize on verse 11. Our emphasis many times on verse 11. But verse 12 runs with verse 11. See verse 11 here. Matthew chapter 3 verse 11 was initiated on the day of Pentecost. Then, Pentecost is what? Sowing. Sowing season. Then towards the harvesting season, God, the great farmer, employs a fan. I wrote an article one time and I asked a question. Why did Solomon build the temple on a threshing floor? Why was the temple of Solomon built on a threshing floor? Why was this? Who is helping us? Apart from God Dayo, because he has that article. Why was the temple of Solomon built on a threshing floor? Remember, the angel was killing. Then he got to the threshing floor of Onan the Jebusite and he stopped. Why? And on that land the temple was built. Why did God build his temple on a threshing floor? One. Why was the temple built on a threshing floor? 2. Why did it take 7 years to complete the temple? Amen. Why was the temple built on a threshing floor? And why did it take 7 years to complete the building of the temple? Amen. Who is helping us? But you want to help us now. You are capable.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
I think it's because it is where God placed his foot here
Okay.
on earth.
Okay.
Yes.
It is because it is where God placed his foot here on earth. Good. Okay, the second one. Why did it take 7 years to complete the temple?
I also think that is typing to the seventh church age.
God bless you, brother. Now, the temple was built on a threshing floor because God would not just admit any seed into his barn. Amen. Matthew chapter 13 was telling us about the parables of the kingdom of heaven. Then he told us about the second parable. No, he told us about the first parable. The second parable now. How that the farmer takes his seed and puts into the barn. Amen. But before they go to the barn, they first go to the threshing floor. Amen. God doesn't admit anyhow into his kingdom. Paul says we must all go through trials to enter the kingdom. Amen. We must all go through tribulation and trials to enter the kingdom. The threshing floor. And if you are conversant with agriculture, you know that threshing is not a sweet process. It's a beating process. He beats thoroughly. They take stick, they put the grain in sack, they take stick, beat it. After beating it, they employ a fan, wind, to fan away the dirt, to fan away the chaff, fan away every unwanted element. Then the actual wheat is taken into the barn. So why the temple was built on the threshing floor is because God was symbolizing what he would do with his temple in the New Testament. Amen. He was symbolizing what he would do with his New Testament temple. Paul told us, for we know that the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made with hands. Then, taking 7 years to complete Solomon's temple is a type. Amen. It's a type. God will build his tabernacle in 7 years, in 7 dispensations, in 7 church ages. Amen. So we see type and shadows playing out again and again and again in scriptures. As a matter of fact, the old is a type of the new. Everything Paul told us in Hebrews, the Old Testament is a shadow of the new. So everything you see in the Old Testament, you must have the eye of revelation to see Christ in it. The burnt offering in the Levitical order of service pointed to Christ. The sin offering pointed to Christ. Everything was pointing to Christ. The meal offering pointed to Christ. Peace offering pointed to Christ. Oh, Leviticus chapter 16, the lost goat and the scapegoat pointed to Christ. Everything was pointing to Christ. Amen. So we said that there is a fan God employed, and he doesn't employ it in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth age. He employs it in the 7th age. Because Matthew chapter 25, then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins. Something produced the virgins. What produced those virgins? Azusa revival. Amen. Azusa revival produced those virgins. The oil message. And because of that, God must thoroughly purge. Amen. We are not looking at the fan this morning. Just touched it. So people attributed all mysteries of God should be finished by the prophets. All mysteries. Even though the prophet was preaching a particular message, he was going to preach a message when he died. The trail of the serpent. So how can you say all mysteries were accomplished by the prophet when he had written the trail of the serpent he wanted to preach? Amen. He had written the trail of the serpent he wanted to preach. So the prophet did not reveal every mysteries. Amen. Revelation chapter 10 verse 7 says, but in the day of the voice of the 7th angel, when shall begin to sound, the mystery, singular, the mystery of God should be accomplished, should be finished, as he has declared to his servants, the prophets. And we are able to identify what this mystery is. Amen? We are able to identify what this mystery is. Who can help us with what the mystery is? Sister Pete. What's the mystery of God? You know it now. That's why you are smiling. If you don't know it, you will not smile.
Praise God. The mystery of God is how the Gentiles was crafted to be a fellow of
Amen.
salvation.
How the Gentiles were engrafted. How they were what? Engrafted. Paul said, you being Gentiles, remember you were a wild branch grafted contrary to nature. In Romans chapter 11, we were grafted what? Contrary to nature. And Paul was telling us in that same Romans chapter 11, I don't want you to be wise in your mind. How that what? Blindness in parts. I like that. Blindness in what? Parts. Has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles be coming. And the prophet told us the mighty angel of Romans chapter 10 will descend when the last elect, the last Gentile elect comes in. Amen. So blindness in part must happen to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles will come in. So we see Israel blind in the days of Messiah. They were blind. They didn't see Messiah. When I say they didn't see Messiah, they did not understand. They couldn't receive him. Though he proved every sign he needed to prove. He proved every sign he needed to prove. It's not as if they rejected him as it were. God blinded them. And when God blinded them, he suspended his dealing with them. For God doesn't deal with Gentiles and Jews simultaneously. We will see that employed in Daniel's 70th week. 70 weeks are determined upon your people, O Daniel. At the end of the 69th week, Messiah is cut off not for himself. And there is a period. There is an interval. Then Daniel introduces the 70th week. What happens in the 70th week? So God doesn't run parallel program with Gentile and Jews. So when they rejected Messiah, Paul said, lo, we turn to the Gentiles. And that began these 7 years you see here. Amen. That began the 7 years you see here. Amen. That began the 7 church ages you know of. Amen. That began the 7 kingdom of heaven mentioned in Matthew chapter 13. Matthew chapter 13 is the church ages. Matthew chapter 24 is the seals. Amen. Matthew chapter 13 is the church ages. Matthew chapter 24 is the seals. The first seal, deception. What did Jesus say in Matthew chapter 24 verse 3? Take heed that no man deceive you. So Jesus touched the seals in those places, but he had to come and give John the revelation on the Isle of Patmos. Amen. So that began what you call your 7 dispensations. And if you read Matthew chapter 13, you will see the kingdom of heaven is likened to, the kingdom of heaven is likened to, the kingdom of heaven is likened to 7 times. 7 times. And we know them. Amen. And when we look at these church ages, we see characteristics that were parallel with those ages. Amen. For instance, Thyatira means what? Who can help us? Thyatira means what? What's the meaning of Thyatira? Thyatira means dominating female. And that was the period of the dark ages. Then Sardis means what? The escaped ones. And under Luther, they were the ones that escaped from the hand of that woman. the woman of Revelation 17, the woman of Revelation 18, the woman of Matthew 13:33. The same woman. Amen. The same woman. The escaped ones. So this began the church ages. And there's a type I want to show us again this morning in Joshua. Amen. You know, in the instruction given to Joshua to take what? Jericho. You are to what? Compass the city how many times? 7 times. But 6 first, then on the 7th day. There is a type in that. The type there is that what? Israel will go around the Gentile world for 6 dispensations. Amen. For 6 ages, Israel will be going around the world of the Gentiles. For 6 dispensations, Israel is going around the world of the Gentiles. But in the 7th dispensation, they will be ready to come into their homeland. That is why, according to Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 16, when God sent them fishers, they did not listen to the fishers. Amen. God sent them fishers. And those ones came with what we call the Zionist movement. Zionism. Our only hope is when we are back in our homeland. Our only hope as a people is when we are back in our homeland. But they were prospering in every part of the world. So there was no need for them to go back to their land. They were prospering in every part of the world, but there was no need. So what happened? You did not listen to the fishers. God sent them what? Hunters. And when God sent them hunters, the Bible says, and you shall hunt them out of every host, mountains, rocks. So what was that in history? That was the institution of the first part of the 5th seal. Amen. The 5th seal is divided into 2 parts. Amen. The first part is what? The Holocaust, as we understand it. Then the second part is given us in what? Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7. Alas, alas, for the day of Jacob's trouble is come. Amen. If you read Revelation chapter 12, you will see that a woman traveled. A woman traveled. That woman is not the church. Remember, we spoke about the farm. In one message, the prophet said, that woman is the church. In another message, the prophet said, that woman is Israel. So you, as a wise virgin, you must bring it back to the word of God. Amen. You being a wise virgin, you must bring back those dual statements. The prophet was the only man in church history that spoke in duality. And God allowed it to be so. In 70th week of Daniel, he said what? There are 7 years remaining for Israel. In question and answers, he said what? It's 3.5. So people are running with 3.5. If you force 3.5 years, 3.5 years only give us the ministry of the 2 witnesses. What about the 144,000? So you must bring statements back to the Bible. So the fishers, the hunters, gave us the Holocaust, the likes of Hitler and the rest. And when that thing happened, they returned. They returned to their homeland. May 14, 1948, Ben-Gurion, he declared the state of Israel. In the 7th dispensation. They wouldn't return in the 6th age. They can't return in the 5th age. They must return in the what? 7th dispensation. The 7th age. Amen. So we understand this mystery of God as the engrafting of the Gentiles. But Paul was giving a statement in Romans chapter 11. He said, behold the goodness and the severity of God. Maybe I will read that. Behold the goodness and the severity of God. Romans chapter 11. Oh my. verse 22. Romans chapter 11, verse 22. Behold, therefore, the goodness and severity of God. On them which fell, severity, but toward thee, goodness, if thou continue in his goodness. Otherwise, thou also shalt be cut off. Amen. If thou continue in his goodness, otherwise, thou also shalt be cut off. 23. And they also, if they abide not still in unbelief, if Israel abide not still in unbelief, shall be what? Graft in, for God is able to graft them in again. For if thou wert cut of the olive tree which is wild by nature, and were grafted contrary to nature into a good olive tree, how much more shall these which be the natural branches may graft into their own olive tree? So Paul is telling us that Israel will be grafted back into their tree. Amen. They will be grafted back into their tree. And we saw, when we were looking at the feast in parts, we didn't look at it whole. We saw that from this Pentecost to the Feast of Trumpets, in Numbers chapter 10, the Bible said, "Ye shall make 2 silver trumpets." 2 silver trumpets. Okay, let's read Leviticus 23 and look at the feast. Because we've been talking about this feast. I don't know how many of us have gone home to look at them. We've been talking about these 7 feasts. How that these feasts are the feast of God. 7 feasts. Let's look at Leviticus 23. Leviticus 23. I'm jumping straight to 24. Okay, 24. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and holy convocation. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month. Amen. Pentecost takes place when? In the 3rd month. Pentecost takes place in the 3rd month. From that 3rd month to the 7th month is how many months? 4 months, which gives us 120 days. In the 7th month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and holy convocation. Numbers chapter 10. Numbers chapter 10, verse 1 and verse 2, verse 3. Numbers chapter 10, verse 1, 2, and 3. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, make thee 2 trumpets of silver. Of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the what? Calling of the assembly, and the journey of the camps. The silver trumpet is for what? The calling of the assembly. And we see that while they were in all the lands of the Gentiles for this period, the silver trumpets too would be used to call them when God finishes dealing with what? Gentiles. And the 2 trumpets are pointing to what? The 2 witnesses. Amen. They are pointing to the 2 witnesses. So for this period, Israel is out of her land. God doesn't deal with her. She is scattered. Jerusalem shall be trodden of foot by Gentiles. And what did we see? We saw all manner of people. They were in the land. By the time they were coming back, their land was in control by the Britons. By the time Israel was coming back in 1948, their land was in control by the Britons. Initially, it was difficult for them to be coming in. But God, that has programmed, according to Matthew chapter 24, the fig tree. When you see the fig tree putting forth branches, you know that what? Summer is nigh. What is summer? Amen. You know that what? Summer is nigh. And Israel came back to their homeland 1948 in the 7th church dispensation. Amen. They came back to their homeland in the 7th church dispensation in 1948. God is preparing them, ready to deal with them. Amen. Remember Israel, when they returned from Babylon, what was the first thing they did the first time? A place to sacrifice. That's the first thing. When they returned from Babylon, it was what? A place to sacrifice first. Before they started talking of, we will build the walls, we will do the... It's first of all, sacrifice. The Bible spoke of the daily sacrifice. Morning and evening. In Daniel chapter 9, the Bible told us that the Antichrist will cut off the daily sacrifice in the midst of that week. Amen. So Israel today, as it were, what they are looking for is to take Temple Mount. We said last week that it is God himself that chose Mount Moriah. They did not choose it. They were not the one that chose Mount Moriah. Most political Jews will tell you the temple can be built side by side with the mosque. They are political Jews. But Jews of old that understand the Old Testament will tell you the mosque will come down. As a matter of fact, the Zionists, they wanted to bomb down the mosque at a time. They wanted to what? Bomb down the mosque. When they won in the 6-day battle, one of their leaders wanted to what? Open the eastern gate. One of their rabbis told him, it's not now. For it is Messiah that will come through the eastern gate. According to Ezekiel. According to Ezekiel. Don't open this thing now. Messiah will pass through the eastern gate. And the eastern gate was locked by the Ottoman Turks. Since then it has been locked. But Messiah will pass through it. So they understand their prophecies. You see Netanyahu speaking in United Nations meeting, another meeting. He's speaking boldly about the prophecies of scripture concerning Israel. He's speaking boldly. They know. They know. The prophecies surrounding Israel are heavy. Zechariah chapter 12 told us, behold, I make Jerusalem what? A burdensome stone to the United Nations. That is why if Israel kill Arabs, United Nations will cry. If Arabs kill Israel, they will shut up. They will not talk. How will Israel defend themselves? But thank God for God. The IDF, with little or no resources, they won the 6-day battle. 1967. With little or no resources, they were outnumbered 10-1. They first of all strike Egypt. When they strike Egypt, they went to Syria. And they won the battle. 6 days. Outnumbered. The next time the Arabs came was the day of their Feast of Tabernacles, Yom Kippur. And Pastor Chris was teaching us that during that period, they are in fasting. They are in waiting, they are in groaning. But the Arabs came that time. After that time, they started doing what we call pact, treaty, pact, treaty, pact, treaty. But those treaties cannot work. The land of Israel cannot be 2 states. That is not what God promised Abraham. From this great river unto the Mount Lebanon, I have given it to you. That is the land Israel must have. There will be a new map of the Middle East. When God finishes dealing with the Middle East, there will be a new map of the Middle East. There will be a new map of the Middle East. God says, I will settle you according to your old estate. The same way they stayed in the tabernacle, 3 tribes here, 3 tribes here, 3 tribes here, 3 tribes here, and the temple in the midst. That is how they will stay. Amen. God is going to call back Israel to the ministry of the witnesses. But Paul was talking to us. Behold the goodness of God. If you continue in his goodness, if you don't abuse the grace of God, if you don't take it for granted, if you don't take it lightly, don't take it lightly. No, many times I sit down and I begin to ponder, what will make somebody believe and another person don't believe? They heard the same thing at the same time. I begin to wonder, they heard the same thing at the same time. What will make this one believe and this one not believe? And that is why I cannot lift up my shoulders concerning salvation. I can't lift up my shoulders. Because, excuse me, ma, excuse me, sir, there was no good in me for God to first of all call me. I know many people, they did not live bad life as it were. Probably church and good for you. But if you have done things, if you have hit streets like us, if you have run streets like us, you will understand. Many people, they've not that, just good, God called them. You will value it. You will value it more. The goodness of God. He called you. He chose you. Not because he saw anything good in you. It's election. And Paul told us there is no unrighteousness with God. I think it's Pastor Evan that was telling us, one man came to Jesus. Master, I want to follow you. Jesus told him, you cannot follow me. The other man, Jesus is forcing him, follow me. That is the election of God. That's the election of God. So this mystery, we understand that the prophet did not finish every mysteries. Amen. Today, people are telling you, the prophet finished every mystery. The prophet finished every mystery. But that's not true. Because Matthew chapter 13 told us every scribe. If he told us one scribe, we will rest and say it's the prophet. That's the prophet. That's the prophet. But every cannot be one. Amen. Every cannot be one. Every scribe that is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven will bring out of his treasures things what? Old and new. And by the grace of God, the prophet came, brought things old and new. Servants of God have come and brought things old and new. Talked about it, brought things old and new. What are the old things the prophet dealt with? He dealt with all the loose ends of the Reformation. Amen. All the loose ends of the Reformation. In the age of Sardis, Wesley came, and not Wesley, Luther. Luther came. But Luther had contemporaries. And those contemporaries brought forth strong and heavy teaching we are holding today. Knox and Calvin. Eternal security and predestination. Did the prophet teach eternal security? Yes. He taught it. Did he teach predestination? Yes. He taught it. Did he teach justification that Luther brought? He taught it. Did he teach sanctification that Wesley brought? He taught it. In Wesley's age, there were contemporaries also. You had George Whitefield. George Whitefield, he told us he was even a better preacher than Wesley. George Whitefield. We had Dwight Moody. We had Charles Spurgeon. That age is called what? The Great Missionary Age. Behold, I open to you a door. Many people are preaching the door of business. People can be carnal. It bothers me. People can be very carnal. For instance, Ezekiel 37, Valley of Dry Bones. People are using to preach, your business that have died will resurrect. Sorry. That's carnality. Dry bones shall rise again. Dry bones shall rise. It doesn't have to do with business. It doesn't have to do with finance. It doesn't have to do with prosperity. Yes, somebody can come and apply it that way. Good and fine. But the scripture has got its principal application first. Every prophecy of scripture has got its first principal application. That's it. Ezekiel 37:38 is not talking about business restoration. It's not talking about it's not business. Because if you read that verse, you will see, and when all the bones came together and they became a what? An exceeding great army. What concerns army with business? What concerns army with business? He's talking about the move of God. One of these days, God will breathe upon the house of Israel. When he breathes upon them, according to Zechariah, he will make all the governors of Judah a heart of fire. When he makes them a heart of fire, they will be willing to burn the Arabs, to destroy the Arabs. That is when he makes them an exceeding great army. What makes them exceeding great army is because Michael, their angel, will stand with them. Amen. But people today take that scripture and your business is not doing well, thy bones shall rise again, thy bones flourish. Amen. Every scripture has got its principal application. Every scripture. So we are looking at every scribe. The prophet brought old things, then he brought new things. Before the prophet, men were only guessing concerning the seals. The most popular interpretation of the first four seals is what? Catholicism, Monism, Islam, and capitalism. Islam is the fourth one because green. They say green. They say Islam is the fourth one. They say the Caesar, the first one, Catholicism, then capitalism, then something. That's the most common. If you go to the internet, that's what you will see. Me, when I was studying, I have not come to the mystery. That's what I saw. But if you go to the internet today, what are the four these things, seals? They will show you Catholicism, Islam, this one, that one. But how can Islam be the fourth seal when the power of Islam will be broken? The power of Islam will be broken. So the prophet came. He did not preach from his mind. The prophet himself said he has taught it the way historians and other people were teaching it. He had taught it like that until God visited him and gave him the revelation. Then he came. And for one seal, the angel come, tell him, he comes and tells the people. And when we tied everything with scripture, it harmonized. Take heed that no man deceive you, and behold, a white horse went forth. Deception. Amen. So the prophet brought things old and new. The Bible now told in that Matthew chapter 13, every scribe, every teacher, every preacher will bring things old and new. Preachers came, told us about the prehistoric world. The prophet did not touch it like that, but preachers came and told about the prehistoric world, that there was a prehistoric world before the time of Adam. Things old and new. Preachers came and told us what Ham did. Things old and new. And God is still dealing like that till today. So the prophet did not reveal all mysteries. But in the days of his voice is still sounding forth. Amen. The voice is still sounding forth. Amen. It's still sounding forth today. Yes, we have the stages of the rapture, which is the shout, voice of the archangel, and the trump of God. You will say today, I'm in the voice of the archangel. But seed of God that are outside, what will bring them is not the voice of the archangel, it's the shout. So the shout is still sounding forth today. The shout is yet sounding forth today. Amen. Irenaeus said, when the last elect comes in, God, Jesus, descends from the mercy seat. The prophet agreed with that. And that's what you see in Revelation chapter 10. The mighty angel descending. You know? Revelation chapter 8. And when the seventh seal was opened, there was silence in heaven for the space of 30 minutes. Why was there silence in heaven? The Redeemer wants to descend to claim redemption. Amen. So there was silence in heaven for the space of 30 minutes. Then we go to Revelation chapter 10. Because the content of the seventh seal is what the thunders is the thunders. Contained in the seventh seal, that silence for 30 minutes is what John heard. And what? He wanted to scribble down. Calm down. Calm down. Amen. So this mystery of God, one of these days, it will come to a close. God started on the day of Pentecost, the sowing day. When he sowed, the church was going. Then what the preacher was telling us on Friday, after a while, 2 seeds came in. After a period, we see 2 seeds. Irenaeus age. Master, have you not sown good seed? How come we are seeing tares? And what was the instruction? Should we go and root it out? Wait. Leave them. Let them grow together until the end. Until the point of harvest. And the tares shall be gathered in bundles. They will not be gathered of their own accord. God will send them ministers that will gather them. And that's why the prophet preached the anointed ones at the end. The prophet said in that message, somebody will be genuinely anointed but false. That's too deep. Somebody will be genuinely anointed but is false. So the prophet told us, Oral Roberts and Billy Graham, they are blinding angels. They are what? Blinding angels. The same way two angels went to Sodom and blinded the people to their destruction. That's the same way God sent to Robert and Billy Graham. So I don't bother. It's a blinding angel. We have plenty blinding angels in Nigeria today. Amen. We have plenty blinding angels in Nigeria today. The church was moving. We saw the two seeds coming. The first age was as clean as, and another South Africa wanted to, God kill them. But from that second age, in Renault's time, we saw two seeds. And they had to go together until the end. That is why you can relate the second parable with the seventh parable. The parable of the dragnet. The kingdom of heaven is like men go to the sea to fish and cast the dragnet. And what do? They bring to the shore. And when they bring to the shore, they separate. The sea gives us the multitude of the Gentiles. And William Graham, the principal fisherman there. Amen? He's the principal fisherman there that cast the dragnet. That is why, if you watch the way his message, his ministry moved. Everybody was following him initially. But when he started saying certain things, God, you just be a prophet, just be a healer. That's what God told you to do. God did not call you to be a teacher. But actually, his ministry was to teach. Actually, that was his ministry. All those signs and everything was attraction. Was to gather. Remember, we spoke about the threshing floor. What is employed on the threshing floor is not miracle signs and wonders. It is the word that is employed on the threshing floor. It is the word that is employed on the threshing floor. So when the prophet brought them to the threshing floor, the word of God started hitting. No. They left. And in his ministry again, after the beating with the word, God still employs a fan. So after the beating, they remove the straw. They remove everything. He still fan. So that every death, minute death and everything will go. So that his wheat will be gathered to the barn. The progression of the mystery of God. At a time in the dark ages, the church went. The preacher said on Friday that there is not a famine of the word of God today. Many times we quote that place, there will be a famine of the word of God. No, there will be a famine of the hearing of the word of God. And because of that, men will heap up teachers. Because there is a famine of hearing the truth, they will heap up teachers that will tell them what they want to hear. The truth was never lost. It was never lost. Men deviated. The truth was there. All the virgins slept. It was there, all the virgins slept. Amen. So men will deviate. A famine of the hearing of the word of God. Towards the dark ages, the church went underground. Why? The Roman Catholic Church. The prophet said in the 7 church ages that the darkest period of the world was the boom period for Roman Catholicism. The darkest period for the world was the boom period, was the heyday. That was the word he used. Was the heyday of Roman Catholicism. Amen. But God began the process of restoration. For I will restore. Joel chapter 2. The same insect in different derivative. Same insect. Same Roman Catholicism. Same white to red, to black, to pale. Same. I will restore, saith the Lord. And he began the process of restoration in the 5th age. In this age, he began the process of restoration under Luther. And Luther brought forth what? Justification. You will see that in Mark chapter 4. It's like a man should sow a seed. He goes to sleep. He doesn't know. First of all, it comes out. After it comes out, we see, okay, let me read it so I don't quote outside. You know, you can tie all the parables together. All the parables of the kingdom of heaven, you could tie them together. I'll be rounding up soon. That would be the last verse I'll read. Mark chapter 4, verse 26. And he said, so is the kingdom of God, as if a man should cast seed into the ground, and should sleep and rise night and day, and the seed should spring and grow up. He knoweth not how. For the earth bringeth forth what? Fruit of herself. But before it brings fruit, what does it bring? First of all, the blade. That blade gives us the message of in a type. In a type. Because we can still type that blade to the ministry of the prophet. Sickle. Okay, no. I'm mixing it up here. The blade gives us Martin Luther. The Reformation. Then secondly, the ear gives us what? Justification of, sanctification of Wesley. Then what? The full corn in the ear. Verse 29 gives us the ministry of the prophet. But when the fruit is brought forth, immediately he put it in the sickle because the harvest is come. In the time of the harvest, God employs the sickle to what? Harvest. And that is the ministry of the prophet. From justification, sanctification, to what? Restoration of the gift. Restoration of the gift was Azusa, 1906. Then the ministry of the prophet. The light shall not declare, it shall not be, but at the evening time there shall be light. Then the ministry of the prophet came with that sickle, sharp instrument, and he began cutting the harvest, bringing them to the threshing floor. And in the day of the voice of the seventh angel, the mystery of God should be finished. As far as God is still calling today, we are still in the mystery of God. The mystery of God is still running. The mystery of God is still running. But one of these days, he will descend from the mercy seat. Him that is there making intercession, time will be no more. He will descend. And when he descends, by then, the fivefold ministry would have accomplished Ephesians chapter 4, verse 11, 12, 13. Amen. When they accomplish that, it paves the ground for the thunders to come and do their quick work. It paves the ground for the thunders to come and do their quick work. And that wraps up the mystery of God. And when that is completed, like Paul said, the light returns back to Israel under the two witnesses. Amen. The two witnesses will preach 3.5 years. In their preaching, they will see 144,000. 244,000 will preach what we call the everlasting gospel. And the basic component of the everlasting gospel is warning not to worship the Catholic Church system, and they will bring judgment upon the Catholic system. Under the fifth vial, we see that the Roman Catholicism was judged. Under the fifth vial, we see Roman Catholicism was judged. Babylon the Great, you have ceased from becoming a city. Because she was saying, I will abide a queen forever. I abide a queen forever. But you cease from becoming a city. The power will be brought down, setting the stage for the kingdoms of this world has become the kingdom of our God and his Christ. Amen. So that is the program of God concerning the mystery of God. The mystery of God will round up one of these days. Time is going. Israel is they are waiting. They are waiting. Everything is in place. Everything is in place. They are waiting. They know what's up. They know what's happening. We don't know, but they know. They are expecting Messiah. They are expecting their Messiah. And God will call them through the two witnesses. He calls them. When he calls them, don't enter league with the Roman Catholic system, they enter. But the 244,000, they die in the midst of that week. Resurrect their own. Then the 144,000 continues the ministry until the end of that 70 week. But the second half of that 70 week gives us the B part of the fifth seal, Jacob's trouble. Revelation chapter 12. When the woman saw that, when the beast saw that the woman had fled to a place, he poured out water from his mouth, but the earth opened up and swallowed the water. He became wroth with the woman and the remnant of her seed. And he went about to what? Destroy her. That gives us the what? Great tribulation. Amen. So it's simply, that's the program of God from the day of Pentecost running to the end of 70 weeks of Daniel. In that period, you will have the mystery of God. God started by what? Giving the Holy Ghost and fire. Then towards the ending of the harvest, he institutes the threshing floor and the farm. Amen. God bless us. Question? Yeah, you have question?
Amen. Please, sir. You said something like you said something like the sea. Prophet have not finished the sea. He's not finished the whole sea.
Oh. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. And two, I want to ask, what's the difference between messenger and prophet?
Okay.
Two, there is a discussion between me and one brother when I'm working. He said something, he mentioned one pastor or be a prophet at US.
Frisbee.
Yes. So, where this guy he missed it. When he say it, I'm starting laughing. Because pastor have said something and he went there to Egypt and see pyramid. And this guy this brother is telling me that the head of pyramid, he moved to this man church in US. I started laughing. Say, pastor went there and he told us that pyramid, when you go to the place, you just see like something to pick, but the place is still far. Is it not this pyramid? And I left the place and go to this mountain. He showed me the man. He said, William Branham, the reason why I asked, who finished the sea?
Okay.
Who finished the sea? So the reason, that's the reason why I asked. He said, William Branham, he used to say something concerning this man. Say that the spirit in him, he will left him and go to this man.
Okay.
So I now imagine, okay, later, when the discussion is going on, I say, what's the name of your church? And I say, okay, Capstone. I know where you are coming
from. Capstone. Okay. Now, your first question about what I said is that the prophet did not preach every mysteries. Okay, if he preached every mystery as the Abraham as I said, go and ask them what is the sin of Ham. Even the way the prophet preached the serpent seed, it required teaching for you to understand it well. The prophet said Jesus was in the garden and Satan was by his side. Was Jesus in the garden? Was Jesus in the Garden of Eden? But the prophet was typing these things. So it required a teaching for people to understand. The prophet did not preach every mystery. No. What are we doing here if he preached every mystery? What are we doing here? He didn't preach every mystery. We said that he was going. The message he wanted to preach before he died was the trail of the serpent. But he didn't preach it, he died. So is that message not important to the bride? It is important. Very important. Secondly, messenger prophets. It just depends on language, the way you want to see it. Sometimes we use messenger, we use prophet. Messenger simply means angel in the Greek, which is one that is what? Sent. Sending. Amen? Why prophets? We have the Old Testament prophets. We have the New Testament prophet, which falls in the word fivefold ministry. And we say basically a prophet teaches. Basically a prophet what teaches. Because you see most prophets in the Bible, like Moses, where was his thus says the Lord? Where was John the Baptist thus says the Lord? Amen. Enoch was a prophet. And Enoch meant what? Teaching. Teaching. If you check their Hebrew name, it means teaching. Amen. Now concerning Capstone, men are idolatrous. That was what I was studying throughout yesterday morning. How that men just sit down. I want to make themselves something. Men just sit down. I want to make themselves something. We have them in Nigeria today. John. We have the one that says he's John in Nigeria. Frisbee says him that will take over from the prophet, that will be alive. He died. John Amos Omoboro said Raymond Jackson will be alive until the rapture. Few months later, God took him. Now he said, yes, now he says he is the one. Men are doing their thing. But if you sit down and try to analyze the ministries of these people, that just is idolatry. It's idolatry. Raymond Jackson said something in one of his quotes. He said, that is not to say that there will be a Superman after the prophet. The prophet said that there will be a ministry, the bride ministry. It will be what? Simple. It will consist of what? Apostles, prophets, pastors, evangelists, and teachers. But today, men want to play leading role. It's an idolatrous thing. I was reading about Philip. I read about Coleman. I read about Harold. I read about one in India. I read about plenty of them like that yesterday. I was just studying about them yesterday. Frisbee, John. If you look at the end of the day, they are just bringing people, drawing people to themselves. They are drawing people to themselves. And if you check Frisbee, most of the things he believes is not what the prophet taught. It's not what the prophet taught. He deviated from what the prophet taught. First of all, in Godhead. Secondly, in what the thunders are. Secondly, in what the thunders are. He deviated from it. But what? He gave people fables. I don't know how the pyramid traveled from Egypt to his place. I don't know how they did it. He said he traveled good and fine. He said he traveled to his place. That is what the people want to hear. Fables. Itching ears. Lagos, yeah, we have them. Different places, men are rising up. Men are rising up, making themselves to be something. Making themselves to be something when they are not. That's what we are seeing today. Humble ministry. Raymond Jackson said, when the ministers of God were assembled, there will be no super among them after the prophet. When the ministers of God were assembled, there will be no super among them. He said that the prophet is gone. It's been 20-something years, the prophet is gone. That is not to say that God doesn't have his ministers that he has prepared that will continue feeding their bride. He said that. I read all those things yesterday. I don't know how one man today is trying to projecting themselves. It's not of God. So I will stop for that.
Let's sing this song before I say anything about that, especially the second issue. And we are running a race to meet the Redeemer. It's a personal race. It's a heavenly race. It's a holy race. We are running a race to meet the Redeemer. We are running Amen. Now, when Brother Branham referred to the pyramid, yes, there is a physical pyramid built in Egypt. Brother who? Brother Julius. So listen. There is indeed a physical pyramid that is built in the land of Egypt. That pyramid was built by revelation by a man called Enoch, whom the teacher had made mention of. And that pyramid in itself is a teacher. Praise the Lord. Because it begins with that the foundation stones of the pyramid are 144,000 stones. Praise the Lord. The measurement that was given in that pyramid, if you look at it very well, you will see the time that Jesus was supposed to be born. You will see the time from the pyramid. If you can understand the pyramid, you will know the time that Jesus was supposed to be born. You will know when he was supposed to die, resurrect, and even come back. The season, you will know. But those are hidden things that are written in stone form. Praise the Lord. I like to say this. I was writing to the brethren on End Time newsletter. I'd like to repeat that. I said it some while ago. We have to know what it is to be in the middle of the road. Apart from the middle of the road being the scripture, God does not want us to be extremists in any way. Praise the Lord. He does not want us to be extremists in any way. God sent us a message. The message is a complete message. Praise the Lord. Because what does a message do? A message gives you the information, even generally in life. If you send a message to somebody, the person that receives this message should be able to understand the message and act upon it. Now, the acting upon the message brings fulfillment. Praise the Lord. And so God sent a complete message. There is no message like that, ever. Because it is the last message per se. Praise the Lord. And that came to the last Gentile church age. Are you following me? Even when the Elijah will come with Moses, Brother Abraham said he will still preach what he preached. Because the Jews have not heard this clearly. Amen. But how will he preach what he preached when some of the things would have been fulfilled? It will be reference back as we refer today. As we see the teacher referring and from the past going to the future, and you being able to understand where you presently are at. Please pay attention. Amen. I want to say, when we have gathering, amen, even in the ministers' prayer meeting that they have on Wednesday, we should repeat these things. Praise the Lord. Because we teach like this, and then you say, when they say, I hope you are understood, I hope it's clear, and everybody say, yes, it's clear. But everyone cannot learn at the same speed, at the same time. We cannot grasp at the same time. Praise the Lord. So they constantly need to be a follow-up so that these things can be made clear to our understanding. Praise the Lord. Amen. So, please, there is a key on how to identify a false ministry. Lift up your hand if you remember. Any sister, if you have heard me say those things. There's just one simple key. You don't need to pray too much. Just one simple key. If you are a person who used to listen, if you have been listening for about a year now, you're supposed to know that simple key. Lift up your hand and tell me that simple key to know how to know a false ministry. I want a sister. Lift up your hand. It is just a sentence. It's not even up complete. You can put it in 2 words. You can put it in 5 words. You can put it in. Just lift up your hand. How do I know? This man, what he's saying is so nice. But how do I know that it is not of God? Lift up your hand. Because if I keep telling you, I would think that you know. Tomorrow you make the same mistakes. Amen. Let me know. How do you know that though this thing is sweet, but because of this thing is a lie? There's a sister there. Yes, stand up and tell me.
What test? You bring the word test to him.
You bring word test, and if your word test can, if you yourself, Shebi is the word you know that you use to test. It can fail you. Amen. Somebody said that, somebody said Adam was the father of Cain. He can prove it to you in the word. The letters, he can use the letters to prove that. He will say simply, how will he put it? Say, and Adam knew his wife. Correct? And she conceived and bare Cain. And afterwards she conceived and bare his brother Abel. Now, what are you trying to talk about? What is the word test there? But when we start to study, praise the Lord, in Genesis chapter 5, the Bible says, and Adam lived 130 years and begat a son after in his own image, after his likeness, which means that the one that you read, something was wrong with that one. So, what test is good, but how do you prove to know that you have to have the word of God enough to hear that word of God? I'm talking about sisters.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
You will know the person by the way he teach. When he is pointing to himself.
Finish. You hit it. You have killed it. Yes. Any ministry that points back to itself is of the devil. That's how to know. Forget. Anything, any man come out. I don't need to pray whether Oyedepo is correct, whether Adebo is. I don't need to pray about it. I don't need to pray about it. It's settled. The general man, without him, nobody breathes. Finish. It's okay. You can take it to the bank. It will pay. God sent us one prophet. One. That prophet was not Jackson, was not Frisbee, was not Hildebrand. That prophet was not Edward Frank. It was not Baxter. Amen. You are mentioning somebody who born in the afternoon. It can never be Amos. Ooh, what is it? Forget that. Amen. Praise the Lord. He gave him spiritual vindication. That prophet was vindicated. But that prophet is still a man. He's not God. It's not Jesus Christ. So being a man, men will make mistakes. Yes. Praise the Lord. Not in thus says the Lord. Not in thus says the Lord. One time he went to a place that God told him not to go. Correct? So was that a revelation? That's so she's a man. One time he attempted going to Israel. And then they told him, not this time. And so people have picked that, like a church I went to in the US. Oh, he's going to come back again and preach. No. He's going to ride this train one more time. No. The angel of the Lord was speaking to Elijah, not Brother Abraham. They are two different persons. Two different things. Entities. Brother Abraham was carrying the spirit of Elijah upon him, as John the Baptist was carrying the spirit of Elijah upon him. When we get to heaven, we will only know one Elijah. The rest will be Elisha, John the Baptist, Brother Abraham, and whatever the name of the man that will come with Moses will come. His name will not be Elijah. He will have his own name. No mother will give birth to a child and call it Elijah and go now raise that person to be Elijah. It won't work. Amen. Rightly dividing the word of truth. Rightly dividing the word of truth. Let a man teach wonderfully, but turn back and say that, you see, in this thing, without me, nobody can. Oh, no. No. He has nailed it. He has nailed it. God does not and will not walk like that. Take my yoke, he said. My yoke is what? It's easy, meek and easy. Praise the Lord. Glory be to his name. So, another thing that was said, the first question, if you don't listen to the question, if you don't know what the question is saying, you might give a wrong answer. Because that question can come in two ways. Somebody say, oh, the prophet had revealed all mysteries. But what this person was saying, that the prophet did not reveal all the seals. Is that what he said? Did not reveal all the seals. Okay. Praise the Lord. Then the other one said, the prophet has revealed all mysteries. Brother, there are two different questions, but going in the same direction. And the answers are not just the same. Because when the man was saying, the prophet has, when somebody said the prophet has revealed all mysteries, it means that there is nothing new that can come. And if that is true, that's a lie from the pit of hell. Let me show you the first messenger. Who was the first messenger? Tell me, who was the first messenger? To which church age? To Ephesian church age. Not the assembly of Ephesus, not the Ephesus assembly, but there was an age called the Ephesian church age. Now, Paul was the first messenger. Is that true? Okay, now, being the first messenger, this Paul said something. Can we put it up to read? Ephesians chapter 3, verse 1 to 4. Please, who's reading?
Ephesians 3, 1 to 4.
Yes.
For this cause, I, Paul, the prisoner of Jesus Christ, for you Gentiles, if ye have heard of the dispensation of the grace of God, which is given me to you ward, how that by revelation he made known unto me the mystery, as I wrote afore in few words, whereby when ye read, ye may understand my knowledge in the mystery of Christ.
Yes.
Which in other ages was not made known unto the sons of men, as it is now revealed unto his holy apostles and prophets by the Spirit,
Yes.
that the Gentiles should be fellow heir and of the same body and partakers of the promise in Christ by the gospel.
Amen.
Amen.
Now, Paul was saying that in other age it was not revealed to any man, but has now been revealed to who? To the apostles, holy apostles and prophets, and that he himself, he's made the custodian of this mystery. Praise the Lord. Amen. Are you following me now? He's made the custodian of this mystery. That the grace actually was given to him for your sake. Correct? Then, that is the mystery of engraftment, whereby God engrafting the Gentiles to be his people. And for God to engraft us to be his people, he does not join us to himself, he joins us to Israel. The tree is called Israel. God joined you to Israel for you to become, because God already have a people. He will not have two people. Praise the Lord. Are you following me? All right. Now listen to this. Then Paul started teaching things. He started breaking down things, Godhead, baptism, broke things, communion, broke things, everything Paul touched. Touched faith and works, touched a lot of things. And then Paul died. Did the Bible close? Amen. Let's look at Jude. Let's see what Jude said. Let's read from verse 9 to 14. Jude 1, verse 9 to 14.
Jude 9 to 14.
Yes.
Yet Michael, the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, does not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, the Lord rebuked thee.
Stop. Let me ask you. Did Paul tell us that? In any of his teaching, did he talk about Michael? Keep reading.
But these speak evil of those things which they know not, but what they know naturally, as brute beasts, in those things they corrupt themselves.
Yes.
Woe unto them,
Uh-huh.
for they have gone in the way of Cain, and ran greedily after the error of Balaam for reward,
Yes.
and perished in the gainsaying of Korah.
Yes.
These are spots in your feast of charity,
Yes.
when they feast with you, feeding themselves without fear.
Yes.
Clouds they are without water,
Cannot hold water.
carried about of winds, trees whose fruits which weareth, without fruit, twice dead,
Yes.
plucked up by the root.
Yes.
Raging waves of the sea,
Yes.
foaming out their own shame,
Yes.
wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness
Of darkness forever. Keep going.
And Enoch also,
And Enoch also,
the seventh from Adam,
the seventh from Adam,
prophesied of this, saying,
he did prophesy of these things.
saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints.
Stop. Did Paul tell us that? But was that not a secret that we should know? But Paul was the messenger of the age. How come other men spoke things that he didn't teach? There's a Ghanaian group that somebody asked me to be a member. I think they call them. They call the group Rainmakers. And then Brother Andrew Peary posted something on what we've been continuously teaching about the feet washing and communion. So when he posted this issue, a man just came up and wrote, how did the prophet do it? Did the prophet not take communion before feet washing? I stay and will not shift away from how the prophet did it. These are the kind of people we're talking about. Amen. Praise the Lord. Now, the prophet, is he not in the Bible? Is the prophet out of the Bible? Answer me. Is the prophet out of the Bible? Did the prophet send Jesus Christ, or Jesus Christ send the prophet? Is Jesus working for the prophet, or the prophet is working for Jesus? Let me draw your ears to know something. In all of God's working, he will reserve something to prove that a man is a man and he is God. Any man that is perfect, that man is God. As in what perfection is. Amen. It is word of God that is perfect. And so I told the brother, I said, brother, if you write like that, you think that the prophet will wake up on his grave and come and say, you did well. He will spit on you. Yes. Praise the Lord. Take care of children. Whenever they cry in the church, take them out. That is the order. Amen. Praise be in the name of the Lord. So we are saying, we stay in the middle of the road. The prophet actually revealed the seals, but not all the seals. When it came to the seventh seal, he did not reveal it. But listen to me. He touched it. The fact that he touched it. But the revelation will be in the fulfillment. And it's not here. So will God's program continue? It will continue. The other issue is, did the prophet reveal all mysteries? All mysteries, and in terms of teaching, no. The prophet could not have revealed all mysteries. He has mentioned some topics. He said the day he had the accident that led to his death, he said, I'm going to preach on the trail of the serpent. I'm going to pick out those things and even mention the names of those that are troubling the work of God. He said these things, but he never lived to preach those things. So what are we talking about? Tell your neighbor, study. Tell your neighbor, study. Study. To you, especially sisters, don't fail to read at least one sermon of the prophet in a week. Don't fail. There is power in that. It's like reading the Acts. When I read the books, Acts of the Apostle, you can feel the life. Amen. Don't fail to read something. Be acquainted with that voice. We even have materials where some people have not even read. They have not read. How can they read when Facebook is very important? How can they read when WhatsApp? They have to reply message. Wake up in the morning, you reply. You have to reply. Who born you that you will not reply? Amen. Praise the Lord. So please, and again, we ask our teachers, when you draw diagrams, at the end of the teaching, go back again for the last time and just run through. Amen. We should never assume. Just go back again and run through so that those who may not have been at the beginning of the service or whatever, they might pick it up. And the Lord bless us. Let's bow our heads. Let's bow down our heads to the Lord. Let's bow our heads. Let everyone be quiet. Meditate upon the word of God. Bow your heads. Are you expecting the Lord today? What do you want the Lord? What experience do you want to have today? Let's talk to the Lord. Let's worship Him. Everything that has breath, all our being, all our being, all our being, all that is in me, Worship the Lord. Let's commit this hour into God's hand. Let's thank Him for bringing us into His holy presence, that we might have fellowship. Talk to the Lord. Father, we thank You for today, for granting us grace to be in Your presence. We give You praise. We give You praise. We give You praise. Hallelujah. We give You praise. We worship You for Your mercy. Oh, precious Lord, thank You for yet another week. Just bless the name of the Lord. 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 Thank You, Father, Lord Jesus. Lord, as I approach You this morning, let me not be a hindrance to myself, not to my brother. I open up myself before You, Lord. If there be any guile, any hypocrisy, Lord, purge me. Is somebody praying that prayer? Lord, I want to have a heavenly experience with You today. Oh, precious Lord. Oh, precious Lord. Take over, Lord, my life. Take over, Lord, my all. Yes, Lord Jesus. Thank You, Father. Oh, King of glory. Thank You, Father. Keep blessing the name of the Lord. Please, no movement. Those who are coming late, let them stand there until we finish this worship. Thank You, Father, for Your mercy. Thank You, Father, for Your mercy. Let's stand to the Lord this hour. Let's stand to our feet and give Him honor. And give Him honor. Let's stand to our feet and give Him honor. He is the greatest. Let's stand to our feet and give Him honor. He is the highest.
You are highly exalted, and there is nothing You can't do.
Oh Lord, my
You
God.
can do. Oh Lord, my eyes are on You.
Hallelujah.
Be magnified,
Magnify. Oh Lord.
be magnified.
Let's talk to the Lord this morning. Let's pour out our heart to Him. Say before Him that which He placed in your heart, because the Lord wants to hear what He has put in you. If you say that thing sincerely, then He will receive it. Bless the name of the Lord. Give Him praise. Thank You, Father, for Your mercies. We worship You, Lord, for all that You've done. Who is like unto You? Gracious, gracious, gracious Thou art. Lord, we bless Your name. We bless Your name because, Lord, You are the King of glory. Let Your presence come down in the name
And
of
we
Jesus.
love You. We declare everlasting love for You.
Keep praying, keep praying, keep praying, keep praying. pray.
that we
Bless the Lord.
love you.
It's a time that we come to worship Him.
An everlasting
It's time that we come to worship Him.
for you.
Lord, we worship You. Lord, we bless You. Blessed be Your name, O Lord. He that created them formed the mountains and parted the oceans and gave the continents. We bless You, Lord. He that placed the stars in their courses, the sun, the moon, great lights for day and night. We bless Your holy name. We worship You, Lord. Glory to Your name. Glory to Your name. Glory to Your name. We thank You, Father. Glory to Your name. Thank You, Father, Lord. We give You praise, Ancient of Days. We give You praise. We give You praise. We bless Your holy name. Thank You, Father. Thank You, Father, Lord. We bless Your holy name. Thank You, Father, for Your mercy. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank You, Lord, for Your goodness. Thank You for Your favor. Thank You for Your love. Who is like unto Thee? Faithful You are. True You are. Blessed be Your name, Lord Jesus. Thank You, Father. In Jesus' blessed name. I'd like us to pray this morning. I'd like us to pray this morning. The word of God has been coming. It's just a pity that some people are not available. The minister was preaching the last time. He said, we must be available. There must be a willing heart. Now, those people that are not available, how do you tell them? And because they are not, most of them are not yet converted, when you tell them, it begins to act as if maybe you are trying to tell them that they're not up to date. Amen. Praise the Lord. There was a warning that Jesus, or a statement that Jesus gave. And I'd like us to read that statement. In Matthew chapter 8, I believe it's Matthew chapter 8. Because we want to pray about this now. Matthew chapter 8. If you will put your eyes from verse 7. No. Please. Let's put our eyes from verse 7. Okay. Shall we read from verse 5? And when Jesus was entered into Capernaum, there came unto him a centurion, beseeching him and saying, Lord, have mercy. Oh, Lord, my servant lieth at home sick of the palsy, grievously tormented. That was the kind of sickness that even though they wanted to pray for somebody, that person should be brought. Amen. But the person was lying down, tormented. It has been stroked. Amen. The neck has bent. The brain had collapsed. One part of the brain has collapsed. Amen. And Jesus said unto him, I will come and heal him. What is right to do was to go, because the person himself, for him to have that faith, he must see how they will carry his hand, how the master will shake, how the healer will do a lot of things. I will come and heal him. 8. The centurion answered and said, Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldest come under my roof, but speak the word only. Don't bath him. Amen. You don't need black soap. Amen. Speak the word only. Do you know that God, who was Jesus Christ, standing there, God Almighty, he knew what the man will say, and it was God who put it for him to say it? Because he wanted to teach somebody, and the Lord is wanting to teach you this morning. He said, speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed. For I am a man under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to this man, go, and he goeth. And he said to another, come, and he cometh. And to my servant, do this, and he doeth it. When Jesus heard it, he marveled and said unto them that followed, verily I say unto you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. Next verse. He said, and I say unto you that many shall come from the east and from the west, and shall sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. 12. That's where I'm going. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. This cast out does not mean that they go to hell. Amen. But they will miss it. And they will suffer. Maybe some of us are even gnashing teeth because we have not believed. The man knew, we want to worship God this morning and pray. The man knew that he was a man under authority. That is, for you to have authority, you must be under authority. Somebody gave him the authority. There was an emperor who appointed a governor, and the governor appointed a general. A centurion is a general. Are you following me now? Then the centurion will appoint captains, correct? So before he can say, I make you this, he must submit to who? But that man with his soldier uniform and general uniform cannot command spirits, because spirits are not under him. When he saw Jesus, something told him that this is the King of Spirits. Hallelujah. Something told him, said, no, this one, he doesn't have uniform. I can arrest him. But when it comes to spirit, this man is the King of Spirits. Then he said, the same way, that thing that I know how to do under uniform, I learned it from you people. You spirits. You just speak to the spirit. The spirit will hear you. Hallelujah. And this morning, I want us to pray. Lord, that thing that makes spirit not listen to me, it's not because the spirit don't want to listen. Because the spirit know that I don't listen to authority. What are the spirits? If you are poor, you are possessed. Yes. If you are sick, you are losing something. Yes. Fight it. How many of you were here Thursday morning? Some people didn't come. Did you hear something? Pastor Billy was saying something. He said, Brother Nice. He said, we know too much. But we still need to learn. He said, when we all gather, I have so many things to tell you. What I've learned these few days from the coming of these ministers. And maybe you are here. You have not even understood anything. But the ministers were there just 3 days. They had 3 programs. And they have written a book to come and teach you. No. It shouldn't be so. The preacher on Thursday said something. He said, there is a demon that hides behind. Can you remind me? Amen. He said there is a demon that hides behind you saying that you are not guilty. He said it's not you. It's a demon. And he will be explaining to you that you are not guilty. So because if you accept you are guilty, he said, if the people that are called by my name shall humble themselves. and turn from their evil ways and pray. Then I will hear. Then he said, if God does not hear, you are guilty. He said, oh, is God guilty? No, you can be bold to say God is guilty. Praise the Lord. Amen. Hallelujah. Listen. If you are praying and you join your faith with somebody, the person's faith is not carrying, stand alone and pray. Or else things will spoil. And when things spoil, they will not blame you. That is it. Listen, you are looking for 1,000 naira and you just have 20, 200, 100, 50 naira, 10 naira to make 1,000 naira, and you are looking for change. Have you had that position problem? Nobody has that change to complete for you. Is that not so? You just go back and become that 1,000 naira. Go back into your closets. Walk up and become 1,000 naira. So you don't need any 50 naira. That's the new level now. Yes. That's the new level now. Amen. That's the new level now. This one is not, there are little ones among you. If you can't continue, you will leave you behind because we have to move forward. We have to move forward. We want to pray. Amen. Lord, may people not come from east and west and push me out. May I not be among those people of the children of the kingdom. I have been talking about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as an Israelite. And then I will not stand afar and be looking at Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob sitting in the kingdom with other people that never talked about him. No. Let's humble ourselves and let us pray. Lord, if there is anything fighting you in my life today, I don't want to continue. I want it out of my life. Somebody talk to the Lord. We are praying. We are praying. We are praying. We are praying. Whatever is resisting the word of God, whatever is resisting the hand of God, whatever is resisting the peace of God, whatever is resisting the hand of God in my life, whatever is resisting, oh Lord, the things that God wants me to, the place of God in my life, I resist it. Somebody pray with understanding. Somebody pray with understanding. Somebody pray about this. Thank you, Father. 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 In Jesus' mighty name we pray. We are still praying. Hallelujah. The Bible says we should not be ignorant of Satan's device. When they went out against Jericho, they succeeded. And everybody came back happy. But they didn't know that somebody among them have touched what he's supposed not to touch. And then they had a small fight with Ai. It was supposed to be, they're supposed to finish it in 3 hours. They calculated, oh, we just knocked them out here, knocked them here, knocked them here. Let's move. They didn't even pray. They didn't need to pray. How can they pray for Ai when they had, when Jericho came down like without one bullet? So they marched out against Ai. They outnumbered the people of Ai. They were 15-1 or 150-1. But they were surprised. The more they push, they didn't understand. In fact, Israelites were making mistakes, killing themselves. God was killing them. Because God, yes, He respects His word, but His word is His name. If His name is not glorified, He can dance. You don't understand that kind of dance. Yes, sir. Somebody gave me a revelation a few days ago. So the enemy is planning to take 2 children from here. Two children. 2 little children that cannot explain themselves. Amen. But the question came, he said, will you allow it? Listen to me. The Bible says, humble thyself under the power of God, under the mighty hand of God. Resist the devil and he shall flee from you. If you don't resist the devil will not flee from you. But we don't resist the devil by shouting, yeah! You resist the devil with your life in accordance to the word of God. Two little children that cannot explain themselves. They have started going to school, but they cannot express themselves. Maybe from different families. And then somebody will say, hey, my own children they can express themselves. Is that the answer? God forbid that anybody thinks like that. I want you, parents, put your knees to the ground, wherever you are. Humble yourself before the Lord. If you are a parent, we want to pray. Open your mouth and talk to the Lord. We resist every form of disobedience from the kingdom of darkness against the word of God, who says that our young ones shall not cast it out before time, who says that the name of the Lord is a strong tower, the righteous run into it and are saved. Pray in the name of Jesus. We come against Satan and his host. Every plan of Satan, every work of darkness, we cut it off in the name of Jesus. Father, Lord, by the authority that is in the name of the Lord Jesus, we rebuke the enemy. We break the chain of darkness. We take back that which belongs to us. Who are children? In the name of Jesus. Children are children. like a flood. The Holy Ghost is raising a standard. The Holy Ghost is raising a standard. The Holy Ghost is raising a standard. As the enemy is coming like a flood, the Holy Ghost is raising a standard. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray this hour, no seed of ours, no child of ours will fall to the hand of the enemy. We pray in the name of Jesus, no man, no woman, no one among us will fall in the name of Jesus. We rebuke Satan. We rebuke the enemy. In the name of Jesus, we break the chain of darkness. We command, loose your grip from the hole. Every shackles of the wicked, we break it open. In the name of Jesus, let the power of God tear down the wall of the enemy. In the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Holy Ghost. Thank you, Holy Ghost. Keep praying, keep praying, keep praying, keep praying, keep praying. Talk to the Lord until you feel in your spirit that the Lord has given you peace. If the Lord has not given you peace, don't stop praying. Keep praying until you feel that peace in the Lord. Keep praying until you feel that peace in the Holy Ghost. In the name of Jesus, let the power of God come down and retain and give victory in the name of Jesus. Let the power of God come down right now in the name of Jesus. Keep praying until you receive that peace in the inward part, that there is victory. Yes, yes, yes. Let there be victory from the inner part in the name of Jesus. Glory to your name. There is victory. There is victory. There is victory. There is victory. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. We are still praying. We are still praying. We are still praying. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Jesus. I want to talk to the Lord. There are young men here, I don't want to mention their number, that the Lord want to raise. When I say raise, He want to raise them. He want to raise them. Amen. That's another message I was given. He want to raise them. And they're already seeing it. And the Lord has seen your labor. Amen. And He wants to raise them. I don't want to mention them, they want to raise them. But there's an enemy standing at the gate. He said, no, you cannot go past this place. Amen. Praise the Lord. We want to pray. We want to pray. Every man who stands at the gate, every spirit that stands at the gate to prevent the children of God from going further, we pull him and the gate down. Let's begin to pray in the name of the Lord Jesus. Let's pray in the name of the Lord Jesus. Let's pray in the name of the Lord Jesus. We pull that spirit out of the way, and that gate out of the way. Yes, out of the way. In the name of Jesus, we pull them down. Father. Lord Jesus, open the door. All those that have gone for interviews, all those that are looking forward, all those that something is coming their way, open the door in the name of Jesus. Yes, Father Lord. Yes, Father Lord. Yes, Father Lord. Yes, Father Lord. In the name of Jesus. We come against powers of darkness in the name of Jesus Christ. We come against powers of darkness in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Father. 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 In the name of Jesus Christ. Glory to your name. Glory to your name. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Holy Ghost. Thank you, Holy Ghost. We give you praise. Glory be to your name. Hallelujah. 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 Thank you, Father, for your goodness. Thank you, Father, for goodness and your mercies. In Jesus' marvelous name we pray. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved.
Just like a tree that is planted by the water.
Hallelujah.
And I shall not be moved.
Just like a tree that is planted by the waterside.
I shall not be moved.
Oh yes, just like a tree
That is planted
by the water.
I shall not
At the end of the service, we shall anoint and pray for all the little children, every one of them. Those ones below 10 years of age. Amen. And secondly, all the young brothers who have been doing things and you put applications somewhere and things are hard and strong. It's as if your heaven has turned like an iron. If you know you want to do something, you are delaying on that thing for many years now. From tomorrow evening, you'll be in this church, in this camp. Amen. You're going to be here tomorrow till next week. You'll be going wherever you are going from this place. We'll be here together. No food. Praise the Lord. Because that thing that is fighting you is inside you. It's not your father's enemy or your enemy's father. It's inside you. No, we are going to be here together. The vision was explained to me, and as the person was telling me, I saw it clearly. And he didn't know. Even I forgot to tell him that, oh, I even have some young men who have gone for interviews. None of our children will be brought from school dead in the name of Jesus Christ. We are making this prayer not just for us here. As many that are following this message, as many that are believers everywhere, we release the same anointing to them in the name of Jesus Christ. Stray bullets, it's not your portion. Amen. Now listen. Just like a tree that is planted Hallelujah. Just like a
Tree that's planted by the water, I shall not be moved.
Tell your neighbor, guide your heart. Tell somebody, tell another person, guide your heart. The person you told before, tell him again, say, brother, sister, guide your heart. Now listen. Amen. The word of God stands. There shall not be untimely death here anymore. In the name of Jesus Christ. No one soul. Nobody's leg, finger will break. The Lord reminded me about a vision. How the hawk was coming. He said that the hen, you know the mother hen, is not so strong. But the hawk cannot carry the mother hen. But how that hawk will do all of those things just for the chick to come out. If the head comes out, it will be picked, even under the mother hen. But if it's the leg that come out, cannot pick it. But if the head comes out, he knows where to aim. No one soul, by the word of the Lord, no one soul, no one hair shall break in the name of Jesus Christ. Just like a tree. Guys, let's worship the Lord. Just worship the Lord wherever you are. Worship the Lord wherever you are. Just like a tree.
Just like a tree.
Hallelujah.
That is planted
By the waterside. I shall not be moved. Just like
a tree that is planted
by the waterside. I shall not
be moved.
Amen. You may be seated. The Lord bless you. Amen. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Hallelujah. You're welcome to fellowship this morning. May his name be glorified in the name of Jesus Christ. Don't know if there's anyone that is here for the first time today. Just wave your hands. Is there anybody that is here for the first time? Okay, thank you. Yes, this letter was given. Is there anybody that is here for the first time? Oh, yes, I've seen those hands. Let's put our hands together for our brothers. Please, would you just rise and tell us your name, maybe your address, where you live, and we invited you this morning.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
My name is Brother Patrick Evans.
Brother Patrick Evans.
I'm from Ayobo.
Ayobo. The Lord bless you. We invited you this morning.
My uncle,
Where is your uncle?
Pastor Ikechukwu Samuel.
Oh, God bless you. Put your hands together for the Lord Jesus. Evans, you're welcome. Yes, yes. God bless you, sir.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
My name is Brother Peter Ehiametalo.
Brother Peter.
Ehiametalo. Number 14, Pipeline,
Sherry. Wow. Who invited you this morning?
Yes, my beloved brother here.
The waterman. You don't know he's the waterman. He's a special person. The Lord bless you. God bless you, brother. You're welcome in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Please give our brothers a warm handshake wherever you sit near you. Brother Peter, Brother Evans, you're most welcome in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. This is Life Assurance Tabernacle, Ministry of the Spoken Word. And we are happy to receive you, to have fellowship with us today. And we pray that the Lord will meet you beyond your expectation. And that is, first of all, in the Word of God. That during the message as to be coming, that the Lord will speak to your hearts, the things that pertain to this generation. And the Lord bless you richly. So immediately after the service, we have some materials to give you, free materials to give you. Just wait behind and get them, and we just get to know you better. The Lord bless you in Jesus' name. I also want to introduce our brother Festus, who invited Brother Peter. Brother Festus, will you rise up for them to see you? Amen. Brother Festus is an old timer. Let's put a clap offering for the Lord Jesus Christ. How many of you know him? How many of you you've seen him before? You've seen him before? Okay. Amen. All right. He is a lecturer with the Islamic University of Uganda. You may sit down, sir. Should I not tell them? I'm free. You don't want to tell them that your president is sponsoring Islamic University in Uganda. So they are paid by the Nigerian government to, they are experts. He's an expert in water. So we were going to Uganda, myself and who? Brother Chris. Oh, yeah, Brother Chris, remember. So right there at the airport, we met him. Although I knew he has been there for more than a year now, 2 years, I believe. So we met him. He was also going to Uganda that day. He came for holidays. Amen. And he has been there in that university, sponsored by the Nigerian government, by our good government. Amen. Praise the Lord. So when we thank the Lord that Nigeria at least can give something out. Amen. So God bless you, Brother Festus, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. How is Uganda? Okay, you're going to be listening to a Uganda preacher this morning. So you are partly at home. Amen. Amen. So the Lord bless you all richly in the name of Jesus Christ. We have testimonies this week. I'd like to share one. Amen. And before we bring the servant of God. But this letter came from Nyarutembe Eagles. Nyarutembe Eagles Assembly. This place, Nyarutembe, is a place that is not motorable. It's high on the mountain in the borders of Congo and Uganda, where the gorillas are living. Amen. But the Lord led us, we managed to reach there. Amen. And when we got there, the people were surprised because they were not expecting, whenever they had visitors, they will cross over and come up many miles, many kilometers, over 70 kilometers to attend fellowship. Amen. On foot or bicycle or motorcycle, those that are privileged to have motorcycle. And that is if you did not forget to buy fuel the last time you went to town. You have to buy the one that will bring you out. So I saw people rolling down the motorcycle with a big gallon of fuel. They roll until they get to where they know that it can cover them. They will start riding. Praise the Lord. So I was there in that church, and when I got there, I so pitied the people because I saw them when they came out from their farms to wash themselves and put on clothes to come to the tabernacle. I was waiting for them. And they all came, there were so many, a sizable church like this one. And when the service started, I saw a different picture. The people were so happy. They were so happy to believe this message. And when I was still thinking, that okay, I will get back to the city and I will talk to the pastor, the nearest pastor to them is Pastor Philip Bakina, so that I will give them some money, to at least to assist them. At the end of the service, they brought me an envelope. Amen. And I say, what happened? What is happening? They say, that they've been gathering these offerings since nobody used to visit them. Since you are the one that came, please take it. It was a lot of money. And I said, what? I'm thinking of how to bless you. People say, no. We are blessed. We are only cut off from civilization, but we are blessed. The same rain that is pouring on you is pouring on us. Amen. Praise the Lord. Even the guitar they use, they constructed it themselves. They construct a wood and put strings, very funny strings, and connect it to electric. I can't touch it because I know sometimes it can touch. Amen. So the pastor wrote me this letter, and I want to read it. It said, Dear Brother Nice, Akpan Blessing, I thank you so much for your visit in Uganda, especially to our church in Kisoro Eagles Tabernacle. We were blessed with your visitation. We need you back again. That is question marks, please. Receive the greetings from the church and from my family. We pray for you and the bright body in Nigeria. Pastor Philip Bakina will extend my regards to you when he reaches there. He says, I remain your faithful, believing, I remain yours faithfully, believing to come there also, that is believing to come here also. You are very welcome. Yours, Pastor Hategeka Valance. Let's put hands for the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. It's so wonderful to be in touch with people like this. Amen. Hallelujah. So yesterday, for about 2 weeks now, I've been hearing some words coming from UK. And finally, I was able to hear the testimony directly with myself. I was with my wife. I put the phone on speaker so that she also can hear this testimony. There are 2 sisters that want to come to Nigeria next week, and they are coming to this church. They are not yet baptized, because when the word of God came to Oxford in UK, they were not there. They are Catholic teachers. They are teachers in the Catholic school, one of the biggest Catholic school in that domain. And one of them does not know anything about God. She's from Hungary. And the other sister, she knows a little about God, and she had a dream. In her dream, she saw an African preacher standing inside water, preaching. And people were coming to be baptized. Now, when she looked around in that dream, because she does not know this African preacher, when she looked around, she recognized one person in that dream. So when she woke up from that dream, she planned that she would look for that person and visit that person. Now, when she finally visited that person had to be one of the sisters that was baptized by our brother from Fiji. They are listening to us now. Her name is Sister Agnes. So she was baptized when her brother came from Fiji to tell them about the word of God. And when she came, she also saw that, she came and told the sister, you that have a dream, you think you are ahead. So she came and said, I had a dream, and I saw an African pastor preaching, and he was inside the water, and people were being baptized. So we need to baptize, and we need to take communion. So I'm going to give you communion. Hallelujah. She had a dream, and she wanted to follow her dream. Then the sister told her, no. You are a woman. You cannot even baptize somebody, not talk about giving communion. Truly, we have an African pastor that we are listening to. And we all have been baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And began to explain to her. And she started listening. She started coming to the meeting, and Brother Luke from Portsmouth went there. And also, each time he wants to go, he talks with me. We share a little, and he's in the group. So he began to explain himself and the word of God. And the sister said, now, I'm hearing from you people I cannot understand more. I want to go to that because me, I saw that. I want to go there. So I'm going to buy my ticket and a place called there. Hallelujah. So they are jumping in the flight next week. They will be here. Will they get what they want? I didn't hear you. Will they get what they want? In the name of Jesus, they will. They want the Holy Ghost and they will receive it. In the name of Jesus. Let's put hands for the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Then finally, the trip to Malawi is postponed for another 4 weeks for 2 reasons. One, the visa condition had changed for Nigerians. They keep tightening. Even small Malawi keep tightening against us. It's a pity. Amen. And then the pastor says, okay, because it will take 1 month to process the visa, he has to go out. So when he comes back, then he can receive the ministers that are coming. So we just had to deposit for the ticket and wait. Praise the Lord. May the name of the Lord be glorified in the name of Jesus Christ. Now, we will hear the word of God before we do every other thing of taking our offerings and everything. Amen. Are you ready this morning to hear the word of God? So Brother Kingsley, approach the servant of God as we take a hymn. Amen. If you are happy, say amen. Hymn number 43. Jesus had a table spread. Hallelujah. Our precious Pastor James Patrick Mvunabandi is with us this morning. Amen. I also want to say that the minister from Togo is called Elum Aigba. He cannot just pass like that. I've told him because you are going, he rushed back on Friday. How many of you were blessed by that ministration on Thursday? It was a super ministration. Amen. That testimony that he gave. Praise the Lord. Amen. You know, when somebody says to you, you go and confirm. Believe, then go and confirm. Praise the Lord. He gave a testimony here. Amen. And then it's left for us to say, no. Take back your place. Don't let the devil push you. Hallelujah. Amen and amen. Jesus had a table spread where the saints of God are fed. He invites his chosen people, come and dine. Let's go.
Jesus
Let us pray. Precious Jesus, you have a table spread where your people have come from the east and west, have come from the lands afar to feast on that table. Thank you for that akir. Lord, we give you thanks. We glorify your name. We magnify your name. We lift you up, for indeed you are God. You said that wherever 2 or 3 are in your name, you will be in. We continue to seek thy presence because, Lord, it is your presence that makes a difference. Lord, we lend you our bodies continually as you have been using us in worship and in different segments of the service. Lord, continue to bless us also in what is following, all for the glory of your name. Let it be like this. As the word is being ministered, let the hearing that goes with the word be ministered unto those that are hearing. Lord, as the word is going forth, let everyone that is seeking the baptism of the Holy Ghost receive the baptism of the Holy Ghost. As the word goes forth, Lord, let anybody that seeks deliverance be delivered by the power of the word. Lord, it is in you to provide. You who makes a way where there is no way, because where there is no way, you are the way. Lord, give us access to your presence. Give us access to all your divine nature, so that by the end of the service, let us all have a testimony that indeed we had a visitation. In the name of Jesus Christ, we give thanks. Amen. Sit down for a while. I am again happy to have another chance to speak to you, the bride of Jesus Christ, on this part of the continent. This being my last sermon to be with you, because tomorrow I will be heading back to the Pearl of Africa. I was making Brother Nice laugh when he was just like saying, can we extend your stay here? I said, come on, if that's the case, let me sing for you our national anthem. But anyway, I enjoyed every minute, every second I have been in your midst, you people. May God really bless you. Before we never knew each other, but I know after this, we will never forget one another. Those who gave me the gifts, I acknowledge them in the name of Jesus Christ. I know I'm not going to ask you that I go with the greetings. I know you already sent me with the greetings. That I'm not going to ask. What I know, when I go back and reach there, I will say I met people who really love God. And I believe I would have taken the right report. So all in all, may God bless your pastor who made this able, because it was not in my own thoughts. I didn't have it in my own plans. But God knew it. Probably in January it was like a prophecy, but from now it will be history. How each one of you will record that history will be according to the inspiration that God gives him. So all in all, I say, God bless you. God bless you. And keep under the blood. In everything you do, make sure you are covered by the blood of Jesus Christ. Being the last time I talked to the bride, it was like I don't feel like preaching. I just I want to talk to you. Just a talk. Take it as a talk. So that I take my time and we just talk. If you will admit it. But of course, the talk of God's children is within the Bible, the Word. So my talk this morning will be first from the book of Ephesians, chapter 4, verse 11. It is just a familiar scripture, but it will depend on the inspiration of the day, because according to the song, Jesus has a table spread. So we are here on a spiritual buffet. And you have to make sure you pick what is yours. You don't need to eat the whole food that is set before the table. If you try to do it, that will be dangerous for you. But just be keen. When your portion passes your way, just pick it. And when you pick it, then your coming here will be worth it. Ephesians chapter 4, we start from verse 10. He that descended is the same also that ascended up far above all heavens, that he might fill all things. And he gave some apostles, and some prophets, and some evangelists, and some pastors and teachers, for the perfecting of the saints, and for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Christ, till we all come in the unity of the faith and of the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ, that we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine by the sleight of men and the cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive. Then we can go to Hebrews. Chapter 5, from verse 11. Here Paul was talking to the Hebrews, and he was saying like this: of whom we have many things to say, and hard to be uttered, seeing you are dull of hearing. Those were the Hebrews. For the time you ought to be teachers, You have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and I become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that uses milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. From these few scriptures, I want to take a text which I want to title Maturity. I don't know how you pronounce it, but that's the best I can do.
Maturing. Maturity.
Maturity. To be mature.
Yes.
To be mature. Jesus is coming for a mature bride. That is fact number one. He is not coming for a novice. He is not coming for an immature lady. The one probably they would be fighting over issues in the millennium. The one who doesn't know her position. Jesus also is really not looking for numbers, but he is looking for character. The Church of God stands for truth. It stands for justice. The Church of God stands for integrity. It stands for honesty. It stands for holiness. It stands for virtue and sanctity. It stands for perfectness, because the Church of the living God is the true masterpiece. When I say about maturity of the bride, it simply means to be mature. Because if it was in Uganda and you marry a girl that is under 18 years, it is punishable by death. As long as the girl is not 18 years. I don't know how Nigeria is. But
we don't want to go there.
But in Uganda, when you dare do that, that is defilement. And defilement is punishable by death. In Church Age series, Laodicean Church Age, page 363, paragraph 2. Listen, I said I want to make it a talk.
Yes, sir.
This evil-spirited church, full of iniquity, will be revealed as the mustard seed that grew into a tree wherein lodged the fowls of the air. And at her head will be the Antichrist, the mystery of iniquity. all this is true. And if this is true, then it must also be true that the bride church will also mature. And her ripeness shall be an identification with her Lord by the means of the word, and her head, who will come to her in the mystery of godliness, which indeed is Christ, which indeed is Christ. And as the false church, with all cunning and diabolic power, made up of all political force, physical force, and demons of darkness, come against this true vine, the true vine, with the fullness of the Spirit and the Word, will do the very acts of the power that Jesus did. Then as she nears her headstone, becoming like him through the word, Jesus will come, that the bride and groom may be forever united as one. Now, one of the principles of God is earth moves first before heaven reacts.
Yes. The earth moves first.
It is the earth that moves first, and heaven reacts to what is happening on earth. In the first Exodus, there had to be first people on earth crying for the deliverer before God sent them a deliverer. Not until the three Hebrew children confessed something before the mighty king and said, "We know our God is able," then heaven reacted. Indeed, their God was able. Jesus said, when he was giving the commission to the disciples, he said, "Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven." In the resume of ages, I'm reading this also. And yet it is harvest time. There then must come upon the scene in this age those who will bring the wheat and the tares to maturity. That is very important. There is going to come two types of ministries, but each of those ministries will be responsible for the maturity of the seed that was sown. The work of the fivefold ministry is to make the Bible talk again. Because this Bible, brethren, really talks. But not every ministry makes it talk, thus says the Lord. The tares are already maturing very fast under corrupt teachers who turn the people from the word. But the wheat also must mature. So we are talking about maturity. I felt that we share on that as I go back to Uganda. Because when you look around, I don't know what you see. When you look around, I don't know what you sense. When you look around, I don't know what the Holy Ghost leads you to see. But however, as the seventh messenger has a unique message, because this message was not given to any other messenger of the age. As the seventh age has a specific message which you cannot see in other ages. The end time bride also has a specific responsibility. And the responsibility of the end time bride is she is responsible for the resurrection of the dead. You're going to say, I thought Jesus has the key. You are being reminded this morning that if you qualify to be in the end time bride, you are responsible for the resurrection. In the message, The Stature of a Perfect Man, I hope you refresh it on the screen there, paragraph 367. The Stature of Perfect Man, preached on 14th October 62. The spirit of Elijah is saying, you get it? These people who died in here are depending and waiting on us. So this church has got to come to perfection. That's to say, it has to come to maturity. So this church has got to come to perfection in order to bring the resurrection. Sorrows under the altar, waiting for this church to come to its perfection. That's when Christ does come. I want you to note this point. It is harvest time. If there is a farmer here, he will know what I'm talking about. Because God now is talking in a farmer's language. Harvest time. When the farmer wants to go to plant seeds, he determines when he's going to put seeds in the ground. He determines the day when he's going to weed his crops. He determines the day of weeding. But have you ever noticed, though the farmer is the owner of the garden, he will never determine the maturity of the plants. Quite opposite. It is the plants that supernaturally talks to the farmer and informs him that we are ripe. You come and harvest us. That is a point to note. That a supernatural conversation between the crop and the farmer. When the crop, probably it is rice, it is telling the farmer that you better harvest me If you delay, the birds will come and pick me. Another point to note, when the plant is growing, at every stage it needs rain. But have you ever noticed that when the plant is ripening, it needs less rain or no rain? Yes. During the ripening stage, the plant needs light. That's why God had to send the evening light. The evening light is to ripen the seed. Yes, as the light lights, though it is meant for the seed, but it happens that in the garden also, there are stones. And the more it lights, the more the stones harden. But the more the stones harden, the more the seeds mature. The same light that brings the life in the seeds to mature makes the lock become hotter and hotter until the locks burst. Another point to note. Maturity cannot be duplicated. Maturity cannot be counterfeited. There is no counterfeit maturity. You purely mature the way you are. In Matthew chapter 13, from verse 24 to verse 30, Jesus brings out that thought. It was after a sower went out to sow and he sowed. But after some time, the servants came with another report and said, Master, something funny is in the field. Didn't we sow pure grain? The master says, yeah. How comes we are seeing different crops? According to the conversation, the master was not surprised because he had the answer, though the servants never knew when the goats entered in. The master said, yes, it is the evil one that did that. That's why you see a different crop. Then the servants say, now we are going to do this. We are going to pluck out those weeds. The master says, no, don't dare do that. Because in doing that, you may mistakenly even pull out the true seed.
True seed.
Because when they are not yet mature, they look alike. But let them grow together until they mature.
Till they mature.
Because when they mature, each seed bears its own kind.
Amen.
At times you find yourself trying to change something which cannot be changed.
Yes, true.
You are wasting time on something which is already in its course. In the message, turn on the light.
Turn on the light.
Preached on 25th January 64, paragraph 66. You see, I don't enjoy speaking to people who are dozing. Probably you had enough. We can even stop and go to do other things. So come on, you who are dozing, wake up. So, let me read. But the thing is, today, is it already there? The church grain don't want to mature. It wants to stay like it was back in Moody's time. Sankey, Finney, Knox, Calvin. They were all right. They were the light of the hour. But this is another hour. This is another day. This is the advancement of the gospel. It is coming to its maturity. So we can't live in what Luther said, Wesley said, or some of them rest said. We are living in the light that is predicted for this day. We are in the 7th church age. The grain should be able to receive it. If it doesn't, it falls off and it means nothing to eat. The grain is matured with the light if it goes ahead with the light. I remember I quoted to you, I don't know when, that it is already a fact that many so-called message believers, the only message they know is what the pastor quotes for them on the pulpit. If you are like that, brother, sister, I'm just telling you that you are a message Catholic.
Message Catholic.
True, you went out of Egypt in the first Exodus, but it looks Egypt is still in you. Because it is one thing to run away from Rome and you end up in the Vatican. You haven't gone anywhere. You are still in Italy.
You run away from Rome, you enter into Vatican.
Did you hear that? A lot of message believers, so-called, the only message they know is the quotes that the pastor quotes on the pulpit. Because they are too busy to listen to the message. They are too busy to listen to the message. So to me, I don't know how you take it. It is true you went out of Egypt, but Egypt is still inside you. And you are just a message Catholic.
Message Catholic.
And when you are in that state, you will never mature. Yet Jesus is coming for a mature bride.
Amen.
What is maturity? Maturity is fully considered and perfect. Remember, God never calls the perfect. but he perfects the cord.
Amen.
God never calls the holy, but he sanctifies the cord.
Amen.
Maturity is full growth, full development, a state of being fully grown or developed, a condition of being fully aged, fully grown, especially mentally or emotionally. Maturity is simply adulthood, prime of life, old age. Maturity is wisdom. What is wisdom? Wisdom is the ability to recognize difference.
To recognize difference.
Difference in people.
Difference in people.
Difference in moments.
Moments.
Difference in environment.
Environment.
Difference in opportunity.
Wow.
Difference in anointing.
In anointing.
Maturity is the law of God applied correctly.
Amen.
Not everybody knows how to apply the law of God. That's why Paul told Timothy to know how to rightly divide the word of God. Maturity is the ability to recognize true value, the value in yourself, the value in your ministry, the value in your church, the value in your wife, the value in the salvation that God gave you. Maturity is the ability to apply a scriptural solution to an earthly problem.
Scripture solution to earthly problem.
Maturity is the ability to discern right from wrong. Because not everybody has that ability, as we have learned in Hebrews chapter 5. Maturity is the ability to anticipate a consequence.
The ability to anticipate a consequence.
It is the ability to recognize the chain of authority.
Oh, yes.
Maturity is experience. Maturity is responsibility.
Amen.
Maturity is reliability.
Reliability.
Maturity is sensibleness. Now, the maturity we are talking about this morning is not about semantics. It is not about knowing the 7 seals, the 3rd pool, the mysteries of the kingdom. It is not even about speaking in tongues. Because as we are going to discover, Paul talking to the Corinthians, you know, they are funny people. These are people, Paul said, you have all spiritual spiritual gifts, all 9 gifts. But when I came to you, you were still children.
Yes.
I talked to you as children. Do you know, the pastor will agree with me that the hardest group to lead are the gifted people.
Yes. True.
I know it by experience. I have been pastoring for nearly 40 years and I know what I'm talking about. The hardest group to lead are the gifted people. One day in my church, a certain man came to me and he said, Pastor, I'm seeing a shadow of death over your head. I said, really? He said, yes. Said, now let me tell you. You go and love me. When you love me,
When you love me,
that shadow of death will go.
we will go. Wisdom.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
He saw a shadow of death and he must have seen it. But what I would take away that shadow is he loving me.
That is the truth.
He never loved me. He backslid. Now he has multiple women.
Multiple women. The Lord has blessed him.
The maturity we are talking about is not many years you have been in the message. Because I have seen all the timers behaving like babes.
Yes, sir.
Really?
Old timers behaving like babes.
He's an old timer, but the way he or she behaves, it is like a child of yesterday. So the maturity we are talking about is simply to live a life that is worthy of the gospel. And it is brought about when you are feeding on the word. That maturity brings humility.
Amen.
True maturity
True maturity.
brings humility.
Humility.
Most plants, when they reach maturity, they bow down.
They bow down.
Look at the wheat plant.
Wheat plants.
A mature wheat plant,
Bows.
when it reaches maturity, it bows down.
Bows down. No. Amen.
Maturity is not an option. It is a must.
A must.
As long as you are a seed, at a certain point, you have to mature to what you are exactly are. So you don't choose. You don't say, in my case, I will never mature. You are quickly maturing to what exactly you are. So it is not an option. As we are going to learn, if time permits, maturity is simply obeying the law of the seed. In the message, for him will I accept. preached on 18th July 52. For him will I accept.
For him will I accept.
Preached on 18th July 52.
1952.
Brother Branham is talking about a man who used to visit him when he was young in the ministry. He was one of his best friends. He would come once in a while, as a friend does. And one day, while sitting there, I couldn't understand him. I didn't know too much about the spiritual things. One day, sitting there, he arose to his feet and gave a message in unknown tongues.
Unknown tongues.
I looked at him, and he stood back and gave the interpretation. And he said, God speaks. And he said that you are just a boy now. And you got a lot of youth about you. But someday, God will use you. There are things God cannot bring you away simply because you are still a child. Remember when you were still a young minister, before you got married, the type of faith you had, it is not the type of faith you had when you married.
That's true.
You eventually discovered that the faith you had as an individual, you cannot apply it to your wife.
You can apply it to your wife.
Then when God blessed you and you had the first child, whether you want it or not, your faith declined further.
Declines further.
Because you discovered that you cannot share it with your child. It is you who is believing, not your child.
Amen.
The way you took things, you finally discovered that it is not the way things go. Now that you are mature, you talk differently.
Yes, sir.
You believe differently.
Yes, sir.
As the world continues. Maturity is married with time.
It's marked with time.
I want for you to listen to this. It is in the message presuming, preached on 17th January 62. If you can put it on the screen, because when I go to open my gadget, it will delay us. Paragraph 18 to 20. Brother Branham is talking about marriage. But again, typing it with the spiritual growth. I'm waiting for it as I'm waiting also for my gadget. That's why I said I don't want to preach. I want just to talk. And I believe you are picking something.
We are picking, brother.
Is it already there?
Yes.
Yeah, it is there. I'm going to quote you something that I did to the pastor this afternoon. Of course, we jump many things because he mentions the name of the brother Kobos. Listen, I believe that when a man first gets married and his wife is young and she's beautiful and everything, you know, if she happens to go bad, fry the coup, as we call it, run away, kick over the trace, or whatever, you know, get out and do wrong, you have to go leave her or something. You are young. You can look around. You scroll. Maybe and find another one that will be right. Then after you live with her long enough, till the children comes on, oh, it is awful hard. You really begin to realize that you need her. When you get to about 50, then you just can't hardly do without her. Then when you get 70, you surely can't do without her. Yet when you were still young, it is as if easy come, easy go. I'm still young. She says, I'm still beautiful. The beautiful ones are not yet gone. But as time goes on, you finally discover that nature is simply pushing you into a certain world, and that world is occupied by her only.
Only that world is occupied by your wife.
Or that world is occupied by him only.
Occupied by your husband only. The world.
That is the only world where you are a king.
That's the only world where you are a king.
Then you finally discover that it is only your world where your responsibility is expected.
Only in your world you have responsibility. Big talk.
Turn to your neighbor and tell him, be mature. Now listen to this. Those in the bride do only his will. No one can make them do otherwise. They have, thus says the Lord, or they keep still. For they know it has to be God in them doing the work, fulfilling his own word. You see, there is something interesting about a wife and a husband. I'm seeing the order of sitting here is interesting, that women are here, men are there,
It's not a
probably boys are there.
It's not a law.
But let me tell you something.
Tell us, please.
Once in a while, a woman that is sitting here looks over there, and do you know what? She meets his eyes. Somebody next to her will never know.
Yes.
Once in a while it happens. And the crossing of the eyes is a message crossover.
Tell us. The Lord is opening things.
All of a sudden you see the woman rising up and going. A message have passed. You go home. Yes, the bride of Jesus Christ has, thus says the Lord.
Amen.
Because she has the ability to read between the lines.
The lines.
They know it has to be God in them doing the works, fulfilling his own word, because he did not complete all his work while in his earthly ministry. So now he works in and through the bride. She knows that. For it was not yet time for him to do certain things that he must do now. But he will now fulfill through the bride that work which he left for this specific time. I remember here I told you that God is training soldiers. He's not recruiting babies. Because babies don't fight. Though he gave us the land, but we have to fight for each inch. So not whimpering babies who are always saying, God help me, God help me, God help me. Yes, he helps. But remember I told you, when you cry a lot, you simply have not overcome. And you don't have any reward. God is looking for overcomers. That's why he's looking for those people who can stand and, why cry? Speak. Speak is not for babies. Because crying babies only need angelic food. Not the corn of the land. Because in Joshua chapter 5 verse 11, the Bible tells us that immediately when they crossed over, and as they did eat of the old corn of the land in the morrow after the Passover, the manna ceased on the morrow after they had eaten of the old corn of the land. Adopted sons and daughters of God are not babies. They are those who know how to rightly divide the word of God. Yes, Corinthians were funny people. No wonder the spirit of Elijah used the book of Corinthians as the book of correction. In the 1 Corinthians chapter 3 verse 1, listen to what Apostle Paul is telling these people. Verse 1, 2, and 3. I, brethren, could not speak unto you as unto spiritual, but as unto carnal, even as unto babies in Christ. Remember in chapter 1, he had addressed to them that you have all spiritual gifts, everything. All 9 spiritual gifts were operating in the church. In fact, he said, you need nothing. Concerning spiritual gifts, you have all. But when I came to you, really I didn't talk to you as mature people. I have fed you with milk and not with meat. For hitherto you were not able to bear it. Neither yet now are you able. For you are carnal. Whereas there is among you envying and strife and divisions. Really, aren't you babies? You see, one of the signs of being babyish is divisions.
Division. Praise God.
It is that simple.
That's simple.
Division. That is being babyish.
Babyish.
This is what Apostle Paul says. Are you not carnal and walk as
Not
men?
carnal and walk as men.
For while one says, I am of Paul, and another say, I am of Apollos,
Apollos.
aren't you babies?
Are you not babies? Yes, sir.
One says, I belong to James. Another say, for us we belong to the group of Nice. Another say, we belong to the group of so and so.
Yes.
So now if James takes his, and Nice takes his, then Jesus remains with who?
With who? Amen.
A sign of being a baby.
A baby. Yes, sir. That's correct.
If you can bring the other quote in presuming,
Presuming.
bring it again. If you scroll, we will see something interesting. Is it already there? Or you have forgotten where it is? You have forgotten? Paragraph 18 and 20. You go down to 20.
Down to 20.
No. Go back still, up. Go. You are going very quick, my friend. You go to 19. And I
19
see.
and 20, I believe. I happen to think.
You continue. Continue. Yeah, on 19.
Yes.
When I was a young minister, every man that made a mistake, he was out of the picture.
Yes.
He couldn't even run in the race. That's all. If he wasn't a Baptist, he just was out of the picture. That was all. He just had to see things I saw. The man was altogether wrong. 20. And then after I got a little bit older, I begin to realize that, the blanket can kind of stretch a little. I seen where he had to, what he had to go through with. I realized that this blanket spreads a little over him too,
Yes.
Can't keep him from getting cold. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
You must believe the way I believe, or else you are not believing at all. Simply, you are a baby.
Amen.
You must see the way I see, or you are not seeing at all.
True.
Do you love God?
Yes, we do.
Do you appreciate His word?
Very well. Amen.
As long as somebody was not a Baptist, then he was finished. But Apostle Paul goes, after telling those Corinthians the way they were, then he goes in chapter 13, verse 11. Chapter 13, verse 11, 1 Corinthians. He says like this. When I was a child,
Yes, sir.
I spoke as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Somebody somewhere, it is high time to put away childish things. Maturity is the ability to take God at his word.
Amen.
Because finally you discover that God cannot lie.
He can't lie.
You see, it is one thing to say it, but it's another thing to experience
To
it.
experience it.
To be certain of God.
Yes.
To know that God cannot lie. God promises. He's a God of promises. But God will never carry your promise for you.
Amen.
When God promises you something, you are the one to carry that promise.
Promise.
Each promise is like a seed. And each seed has its own stage of maturity. When God promised Abraham a seed, that seed was to mature after 25 years. So Abraham had to carry that seed for 25 years. If Abraham had failed on year 15, simply it is not God who has failed, it is Abraham who has failed to carry the promise through. Remember this, God is never moved by your grumbling.
Amen. Amen.
God is never moved by your pain.
God is never moved by your pain, by your grumbling.
Yes, he knows your pain.
He knows your pain.
He sees your pain, but he's not moved by your pain.
Thank you, Lord.
The more you doubt,
The more you doubt,
the more you grumble,
the more you grumble,
the more God moves away from
the
you.
more God moves away from you. Correct. Thank you, Lord.
But God is moved by your faith in him.
Faith in him. Hallelujah.
When Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego said, our God is able, indeed, he was able and he moved in. Yes, taking God at his word. In the message, Perfect Faith, paragraph 64, it is talking about Jesus. He had faith with power. He said, I can do nothing in myself. Why? He relied upon what he was. He relied in knowing that he was the Word. And he had a faith in God who made him the Word.
The word. Amen.
He was God,
The word.
and that gave him faith because he understood his position. He knew what he was. Because the scripture had said he was this. Remember, church, eternal life is not painted on you.
It's not painted on you.
You cannot say that the people of this color are going to heaven.
Amen.
But how do you know that you have eternal life? Because God said so.
So, glory be to God.
And he cannot lie. He declared that you have eternal life. How do you know that you are going to heaven? Because God said so. How do you know that the blood of Jesus Christ covers you?
The blood of Jesus Christ covers you.
Can you smell it?
Can you smell it?
Can you touch it?
No, you can't touch it.
But God said so.
Glory.
So you move, believing that God said, His blood covers you.
Amen.
And you believe it.
Yes, sir. Amen. Glory be to God.
How do you know that the rapture will come? God said so.
Amen.
Maturity is taking God at his word.
Taking God at his word.
Maturity is the ability to know that God has a need.
Amen. God has a need.
Elohim,
Elohim,
the eternal one, the self-existent, he can exist by himself,
yes, sir.
but still, he has a need.
God has a need. He has a need.
He desires to be worshipped.
He desires to be worshipped.
He cannot worship himself.
He cannot worship himself. Amen.
God needs fellowship.
He needs fellowship.
He cannot fellowship with the angels. He cannot fellowship with the seraphims.
He cannot fellowship with seraphims.
The four living creatures always sing day and night. Their job is to sing, holy, holy, holy unto the Lord. Psalms 37 verse 4.
Psalms 37 verse 4.
Put it there. Simply tells you that satisfy the desires of God and he will fulfill your needs.
Yes, sir. Delight thyself also
In the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Fulfill your part, and God will fulfill his part. His need is to be believed. He cannot believe himself.
God cannot believe himself.
You see, our God has attributes.
Amen.
He is a breasted God. He has breasts.
Amen.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
Do you believe that God has breasts? Yes. So now, what are the breasts for? To produce milk.
Milk.
Tell me, you mothers, have you ever one time decided and said, this child also is drinking this delicious thing all this time? Now let me drink it myself. So when the mother is ready to give out milk, somebody must drink it, not herself. Hallelujah.
Amen.
He makes a way where there is no way. But he cannot walk that way. Somebody has to walk that way. Elohim wants to enjoy his creation. As a spirit, he cannot enjoy the flow of the river because the spirit does not have those affections. But when he is in you, and you sit by the river, and you feel the cool breeze, and you are happy, it is God in you enjoying the cool breeze. One day, He wanted to know how milk is sweet,
Yes.
how meat is sweet.
How milk, how sweet is
Do you know what he did? He provided Abraham with the cows,
Yes.
blessed Abraham with the gardens.
Blessed Abraham
Then one day, he came visiting.
came down to visit.
God in a human flesh, sitting under the tree,
Sitting under the tree.
enjoying the cool shade of his tree.
Hallelujah.
Then he waits on Abraham. As Abraham went for the cow, waits patiently, Abraham dresses the cow, cooks it, brings it. Look at Elohim enjoying the soup of the cow.
Hallelujah.
Yes, he desires to enjoy nature in you. How great our God is.
How great.
He cannot do it in angels.
Amen.
Maturity
Maturity.
is the ability to realize a realization.
Realize a realization.
Church age series in Laodicean church age. We are getting the revelation of what he is the true witness means. Because he is the true witness.
He's the true witness.
Oh, it has a deeper meaning by far. It expresses perfect realization in contrast to partial realization. Of course, many things you read in your own time. But listen, partial realization will be made perfect realization, complete realization. Hallelujah.
Amen.
We have been looking through a glass darkly, but soon it will be face to face. We have been going from glory to glory, but soon it will be right in the glory. And his glory, we will shine. We shall be like him, wonderlessly like him, Jesus our Savior.
Amen.
The day will come when you will finally realize that this is the heaven I used to hear about.
Yes, sir. Amen.
This is it. Maturity is simply the reporting back.
Oh. The reporting back. Simply the reporting back.
The law of the seed at its climax. Because the sower went down to sow. Probably he sowed white corn. When the corn germinated, the color was green.
The color was green.
Simply because it was not yet mature.
Oh, yes.
But as the growth progressed, time comes when what was sown comes back again.
So
The same color,
same,
the same size,
same size.
the same shape,
Same shape.
the same everything.
Amen.
Now, what happens at the ripening and harvest? The seed is reporting to the sower and saying, look at me. Do I resemble what I sowed?
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
The seed is reporting back. Look at me. Do I resemble? Then when the sower is satisfied, then harvest starts. You cannot harvest wheat where you sowed maize.
No, sir.
Can you?
No, sir.
Maturity
Maturity.
is the ability to stop trying to change others.
Did you hear that? Stop trying to change others.
But instead, you focus on changing yourself.
Yourself. Amen. Simple.
You focus now on the real focus. You finally discover that you don't belong everywhere.
You don't belong everywhere.
You only belong somewhere.
Yes.
You finally discover that you, only you are the issue,
You are the
not
issue,
your neighbor.
not your neighbor. You are the problem.
You finally discover that you are the only one who is in the exam. You are under examination. It is only you.
Only you.
Probably many of you have ever passed through examinations.
Yes.
Remember, the setting of the examination room is really hostile.
Yes.
No examination room favors you.
No examination room favors you.
Every setting in the examination room is meant to make you fail.
Whoa.
Because you are seated there to prove that you are capable.
You are capable. Hallelujah.
The way they set the chairs, they are making sure that you don't cheat.
Don't resemble somebody.
Don't cheat. In Uganda, we have what we call invigilators.
We do here. It's the same demon.
When you see that man moving around, really his stance is cruel. It is meant that you don't cheat. In Uganda, we have white papers, blue papers, according to the stage. Eh? That paper before you, really, it is your enemy. That it is there, it is really your enemy. Because it is meant that you have to prove. Prove to the examination board that indeed you finished primary 7.
Hey.
So when you start grumbling, the sitting of the chair also, you know this man is intimidating me, you are failing.
You are failing. You are failing.
You are failing, my brother.
You are failing.
You are grumbling about the pastor, the deacon, the neighbor, the what. You are losing your focus. You grumble and grumble and grumble. Then at a certain point you say, okay, Sister so and so did this wrong to me. Unless she comes to repent, she will never go to heaven. You are lying. She did that thing to you. Listen.
Listen.
She's not coming to repent to you. And to heaven she's going.
Yes, sir. Maturity.
Yeah. To heaven she's going. Probably when she goes ahead of you, you are standing there.
Waiting.
She's going to hell because she never repented to me. Come on. Heaven does not belong to you. You don't have the copyright of heaven.
You don't have the copyright.
You don't have the franchise of heaven. Didn't you see her do that? Yes, she did it. She did it. Wasn't it painful? True, it was painful.
It was painful.
Then she must come and repent to me, or else no heaven. She went ahead of you. She never came to repent to you, and she's in heaven whether you want it or not.
She went ahead of you.
Look at Stephen. When Paul was really happy and holding clothes when Stephen was being stoned.
He was holding the clothing.
If we would ask Stephen, will Paul go to heaven? He will say, killers will never go to heaven.
Killers will never go to heaven.
Murderers will never go to heaven. Angels were there looking at him. He was happy when I was being killed. But come on, when Paul reaches heaven, he is not only a believer, he is a star messenger. What was happening?
What?
One day, you knelt down and said, I want to be like Jesus. Do you want to be like Jesus?
Yes.
Do you want to be like Jesus?
Yes.
The patience of Jesus. Do you want to have the patience of Jesus?
Yes.
You prayed that. And God answered your prayer. Do you know how he answered your prayer? He sent Sister so and so to pinch you.
Amen.
So, Sister so and so is not the one in the exam. You are the one in the exam. Hallelujah. You are the issue.
Whoa, don't quiet.
She has no problem.
Yes.
She was only the vessel God was using to test you. Yes, maturity is the ability to know that you are the focus of heaven. Brother Branham preached a message called reaction to an action.
Reaction to an action.
Yes, the situation is like that.
Yes.
But why is it like that?
Why? We are seeing it.
Oh, my neighbor is a son to me. Why?
Why is my neighbor a turn to me?
God is building something in you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
The church looks hostile to me. Yes.
Yes.
God is building something in you. So better sit properly in the examination room
Yes.
and maintain the focus on the paper.
On the paper.
Because after all, you are the one who is going to enjoy the results. Maturity is the excellency of character.
Excellence of character.
In Luke chapter 9, verse 49, we read like this.
49.
John answered and said, Master, we saw one casting out devils in thy name, and we forbade him because he follows not with us. He's not of our camp.
It's not our camp.
You see, somebody was violating the company's assets. And John thought that he was reporting to the manager. Somebody is using the name of our company.
Yes.
And when we discovered, we had to stop him.
The right thing to do.
The manager says, never do that again.
Don't do that.
Did you hear that? Never do that again. Then Luke chapter 9, verse 52.
9:52.
He sent messengers before his face, and they went and entered into a village of the Samaritans to make ready for him. And they did not receive him because his face was as though he would go to Jerusalem.
Yes.
It was as if they were by the way. The intention was not them, it was Jerusalem.
Jerusalem.
And when his disciples, James and John, saw this, they said, Lord, will thou that we command fire to come down from heaven and consume them? Even as Elias did. You see, they had that holy anger.
Anger, holy anger.
Our pastor is being humiliated.
Humiliated.
The other day we met a man who was ready to kill for his pastor.
Yes.
Our pastor is being humiliated. They don't even realize your importance. They don't know that you are the master.
Wow.
You have strong men like us. Not only that, you have power to bring fire from heaven.
From heaven.
That holy anger, ready to sympathize with God. Never sympathize with God.
Don't sympathize with God. Never sympathize with God.
But he turned and rebuked them.
Oh, yes.
And he said, you know not what manner of spirit you are of. You don't know what is speaking inside you. In the message, God had explained.
God had explained.
Preached on 25th April 61, paragraph 253. You know, Brother Branham was concluding a campaign in a certain denomination. Look here. Many message believers think that they are the only ones that will go to heaven. Stop thinking childish.
Amen.
Heaven is not only for the bride. The bride has his part in heaven, but heaven is bigger than the bride. Did you hear that? I don't know if you accept it.
Amen.
Accepting it is a different thing. But millions are making it to heaven when they are not in the bride. They are already there.
They've been there.
The 144 will be in heaven and they are not the bride. Did you hear that? I'm not going to answer this, but I will speak it. I feel ready to speak it.
Speak, Pastor.
Message believers think that they are the only ones that have the Holy Ghost. But you will discover
There are many.
that not all message believers are the bride.
That's true, brother. They're out there.
You know, I know how we build up courts. I know. But I'm telling you that heaven is bigger than the bride.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I agree with you. The bride is going through the rapture.
Amen.
But remember, there is the second resurrection.
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
But there is a way we are self-centered,
Self-centered.
egocentric, until we squeeze Lord God into our corner.
To our corner.
God is bigger than our corner.
Amen.
Remember, Brother Branham thought, unless you are a Baptist, then you are nowhere. Until finally he discovered that no, even that affair also, you can extend the blanket. He can also survive. So in that message, God had explained. Brother Branham was, after concluding, then the director, so I say, came and said, Brother Branham, last night you made a mistake. Said, come on, what did I do? Said, you called a sinner on the pulpit to greet the people.
Wow. Wow.
Come on, who is that a sinner? Then the director mentioned the name of the man.
Wow.
Branham said, no, that man is not a sinner. He's filled with the Holy Ghost. Then the director says, no. He is not baptized in the name of Jesus Christ, so that means he's not filled with the Holy Ghost. You see how we stamp heaven?
Yes.
Do you see that we human beings are more complicated than God? Then the director, when he heard from the prophet saying, no, that man is not a sinner, simply because he's not baptized in the name of Jesus, that does not make him a sinner. Listen, he said, you know what we are going to do? We are drawing a little ring and drawing you right out of our circle. Then I said, I'm going to draw another one and draw you right back in.
Inside. Bigger.
You can't draw me out because I love you. You know, it is only maturity that does that.
Yes, sir.
In Uganda, we have a saying, when you interpret it, it goes like this. When the water says, I don't want to wash you, you tell it that I'm not dirty.
When water says, I don't want to wash, I don't want to have a bath, I don't want to wash you, you tell the water, I am not dirty.
I'm not dirty. It is a tit for a tit. You hate me, I reciprocate. I feed myself. Get away. You refuse him, I refuse you. You are a man, I'm a man. That's not maturity.
That is not maturity.
Hallelujah. Can somebody read Galatians chapter 5, verse 15? You know, Paul is speaking to the saints. These are the saints of Galatia. Listen, Galatians, Holy Spirit filled. But if you bite and devour one another, take heed that you be not consumed. Did you hear that? These are people that are devouring and biting one another. But the apostle is saying, come on, don't consume one another. Because after all, the outside world puts you in the same bracket, whether you want it or not. You are all Branhamists. They don't know the difference. Only they are surprised when you are tearing one another. But to them, you are the same cult. They put you into the same bucket. Only they wonder. Hallelujah. Amen. Oh, you who are sleeping, I know you didn't come here to sleep. It is only a problem that you quote here. You know, circumstances rise, but it was not so from the beginning.
It was not so.
Finally, Satan stops being your enemy. Remember, it used to be when you get headache, you say, oh, my problem has come.
My problem has come.
In fact, you are flagging the devil into your life.
You flag the devil. You call him to your life. Right?
Do you know how Brother Branham explains it? That when they send an invoice from the post office,
yes,
that you have a parcel. Unless you sign on that invoice, that parcel does not belong to you.
Belongs to you. If you don't sign, it does not belong to you.
But when you sign on it, then it belongs to you.
When you sign.
So what does the devil do? It flags the headache before you.
Yes.
Huh? What do you see? Headache. How do you see it? Oh, it is my headache. Come on, it comes on you.
It comes on you. When it is yours, it's yours.
You have signed on it.
God has.
Oh, my arusas, my arusas. He just flagged it. What is on the horizon? Arusas. What do you say about it? Mine. It is yours.
It's yours. God honors it. Hey.
So the devil stops being your enemy.
He stops being your enemy.
Now it is vice versa. You become the enemy of the devil. Because every day, the devil allocates to each person a devil to torment you. Like God gave you an angel to protect you,
yes,
the devil allocates a demon to torment you. So now, when the devil sits in its parliament and it is allocating, when they mention your name, each devil trembles.
Yes.
Who will go to Alex? Every devil trembles. Because it knows when it goes there, it will register failure.
Amen.
You reach a stage where the devil doesn't know what to do to you. Do you know that you may be here like probably 200 people, and when the devil comes, he just fears only one person.
That's true.
Only one. He says, had it not been for that person, the whole group would fall asleep. But as he walks around, he's watching your movements, because the devil knows that anything you ask your father will give.
He will give. Amen.
Do you love God?
Amen.
Are you tired? Are you sympathizing with me? Maturity qualifies you to be a mentor.
Mentor.
A mentor is a giver.
Mentor is a giver.
A mentor is a trusted teacher.
Trusted teacher.
Like Elijah was to Elisha, Mordecai was to Esther, Paul was to Timothy, Naomi was to Ruth. Like Moses was to Joshua.
Joshua.
A mentor is a corrector.
A corrector.
A mentor warns.
He warns.
A mentor is an encourager.
Encourages.
A mentor is a life coach.
A life coach.
A mentor has an experience to tell.
He has an experience to tell.
An experience to narrate.
To narrate.
Because he has the ability to say, younger man, when this happened, I did this.
I did this. Amen.
A mentor is not a cheerleader.
He's not a cheerleader.
He's simply a life coach.
A life coach.
Because a cheerleader only tells you what you are doing right.
A cheerleader tells you what you're doing right.
But a mentor always tells you what you are doing wrong.
Praise the Lord. Glory be to God.
So a mentor will never be your friend.
Thank you, Lord.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
A mentor will never be your friend. Because your friend loves you the way you are.
That's true.
But your mentor loves you too much to leave you the way you are.
He loves you too much to leave you the way you are. He cannot manage it.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, your friend loves you the way you are, but not your mentor.
Not your mentor.
He loves you too much to leave you the way you are.
Cannot leave you the way you are.
Maturity is how you are able to stop proving to the world that you are more intelligent than others.
Praise God. Yes, sir.
Oh, did you hear me preach? Whatever you have, you were given.
You were given. Thank you, sir.
Somebody gave you.
Somebody gave you. Oh. Amen.
You feel nobody is your equal. You are in heavens.
Already.
In the message, the deceived church by the world,
Deceived church by the world. A deceived church by the world.
Brother Branham is talking about the little, the rooster cock,
Rooster cock.
that male hen. How it looked as if it is the best of all hens on the ground. He would address all other hens. You can read the story in your own time. One day he addressed the hens and he said, "Come on, hens, we have invented a vitamin that when we eat it, our feathers will be brighter."
We invented a vitamin. When we eat, our feathers will be brighter.
And he was a darling. You know, he was a darling to the listeners.
He was
Until they said, "We have never had a preacher like that. He's the only one that will take us to the rapture."
Yes.
Then when we go to paragraph 21, after this, rooster made a speech, and the little priests with their little red combs, they just cackled and said, "Isn't he a darling?" And they certainly admired him.
Yes.
Oh, he's such a brilliant rooster.
Rooster.
Oh, there is no need of hanging around with the rest of the chickens. Oh, we are all out to go with him. Well, before the little fellow got his speech finished, there was another little chicken that didn't have such a bright feathers, came running in from the rest of the chicken yard and said, boys, just a minute. I just heard the latest bulletin on the radio. Chickens went up 4 cents on the pound, and we are all going to the slaughter tomorrow. Did you hear that?
They're going to kill us all tomorrow because they just got cheap.
Whether you are brilliant or whether
no.
the other one was left out, come on, the price of the chickens went high. You feel you are big something and somebody is little something. We are all under the crowds. Maturity is the ability to read between the lines.
To read between the lines.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Because look here. Branham gives an example. He says, like my wife can write me a letter, or either vice versa, I write to my wife a letter. In simple terms, it is an open letter. It doesn't even need an envelope. I write, "My darling, I'm thinking about you." The letter is open, you give it to the messenger. The messenger reads about it. "My darling, I'm thinking about you." Who doesn't think about his wife? It is as plain as that.
Very plain.
He takes the letter. Come on, when the letter is handed to the wife reads the same words and smiles.
And smiles.
The messenger didn't smile.
Didn't smile.
But when the bride reads the same words, she smiles.
Yes.
Because she reads behind the lines.
The lines.
She can interpret the mind of the husband.
Yes, sir.
The messenger simply carried the paper and the writings on. It is not meant for him. Hallelujah. Do you love God? Maturity. I'm now trying to engage the landing gear. Is the ability to understand that you will not always get what you ask for.
What we ask for, maturity. Ability to understand that we will not always get what we ask for.
Do you remember the other day when I was talking about young girls and boys? That the honeymoon love does not sustain a family. Because the honeymoon love is full of lies.
The honeymoon love is full of lies.
I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. And she's taken. No, he was not meaning it.
He wasn't meaning it.
Girls, I am warning you, never believe that. If you are to marry her on one condition, that he is filled with the Holy Ghost. Or else, when he's speaking, know that he's just joking. It is just that a simple love. It never sustains the family. Because when reality takes place, you will know that that was just honeymoon.
Bam.
In the message, the stage of perfect man, preached on 14th October 62, paragraph 44. Listen, before you are married, everything is just fine and dandy. But after you get married, then the toils and trials of life come in. That's when you've got to be so in love that you understand one another. Is it already there?
Paragraph.
I think it is paragraph 44. When you are disappointed in her, and she's disappointed in you, you understand one another.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's the way it is with Christ. We've got to be so in love with him till when we ask something and he doesn't give it to us, that doesn't shake us a bit.
Yes, sir. We have some.
And the only way you can do that is to be partakers of his divine nature. Then you will understand the reason he can't give it to you.
Yes. No, why?
No, to be partakers of his divine nature is simply to be mature.
Mature.
Again, turn to your neighbor and say, be mature.
Be mature.
Maturity is responsibility. Maturity is to be in the presence of your enemy and you don't discuss him.
That's true.
He's your enemy. And you know, an enemy is an enemy.
Yes, sir.
And he's there. But you don't discuss him.
You don't discuss it. Don't discuss it. 'Cause 'Don't 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 discuss it
Do you know that you will never misinterpret silence? You cannot counterfeit silence. Here God says, come on.
Prepare a table.
Your responsibility is to eat,
Is to eat.
not to discuss your enemy. Hallelujah. You eat, enjoy.
Enjoy.
Because when you speak something, the enemy will quickly interpret it. Remember, Jesus was mature. That though he knew that Judas was there, but he was never ever a point of discussion. But one time, when he spoke something, look how it started the whole group. You see, one of you is going to betray me. All eyes focused on Peter.
Yes, sir.
It must be Peter.
Overdo.
Because one time we heard our master say he's a devil. So Peter, to defend his face, he goes to John. And he says, come on, tell the master to explain. Really, I'm not a devil. You know, John was the beloved. Eh?
The beloved.
You see how it caused the stir?
Stir.
To the extent that when even Jesus said, the one I put a muzzle into, he's the one. They never understood.
They never understood. That's not their focus.
They said, probably he's telling him to go out and supply to the poor. Because the man was so clean, was so good, that he didn't look like a devil.
Yes, sir.
It is only Peter who looked like a devil.
Amen.
Then last, maturity is the ability to know when to be silent.
Amen.
When to be silent.
Ability to know when to be silent. When to keep quiet.
Because not everything God tells you that you shout it aloud.
Whoa.
Many of the things God tells you probably are for your own personal consumption. In the message, God doesn't call a man to judgment without first warning him. Paragraph 16 onwards. I seen the time many times when I would be coming down the Lord praying. I would see the prayer line pass before me and know every name that would be in the prayer line before I ever got there. You don't tell people everything like that. There are things happening, you just don't tell them. It is not necessary to tell them. You wouldn't want to tell everything you see because that wouldn't be right. Because you get into trouble and everything like that. A good example is Joseph.
Joseph.
Though I said that a hardest group to lead are the gifted, but again, A church without gifts is again dead. But again, that you have a gift, not everybody in the congregation likes it. Not everybody in the congregation wants it to operate.
Not everybody.
Others have the attitude, we wish it dies down.
We wish the gift dies down.
Because it is not giving them peace. Because Joseph was busy disturbing the peace of the brothers, reporting their mistakes. Every time dreaming, every time vision, every time reporting to the Father, we wish he becomes one of us.
We wish he becomes one of us, blind.
So when you have a gift and think that you are celebrated in the church, you are making a mistake. Remember, in the whole church, the only person who supported Joseph was Pastor Jacob. Only one. But still he doubted a bit. So look at Joseph. He stands in the church, hallelujah, amen, hallelujah, amen. I got a dream. Then he gives out a dream. You think the church was happy? No. The service is dismissed. Next Sunday, hallelujah, church, I got another dream. Oh, he comes again.
The dream at this day is too much.
The interpretation came. Yes, the pastor gave the interpretation, but in a passive way. If you read between the lines, Joseph acted childishly.
Childish. Was a child.
Those dreams were meant for him, not for the church.
Amen.
Because God was showing him his pathway. Remember this, church, that God determines your destiny.
Glory.
Hallelujah. Amen. But you make your tomorrow.
You make your tomorrow.
God does not make your tomorrow for you.
Hear that.
Did you hear? God determines your destiny. But you determine your tomorrow.
Your future.
When you fail tomorrow, it is not that God has failed you. It is simple, you were not wise.
You were not wise.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Amen.
I'm about to wind up. Look at Joseph in a brotherly kindness mood as he goes to visit his brethren. Oh, the dreamer has come. Let us see if her dreams will ever be fulfilled. Never put your power before the swine, because they will never recognize its importance. Did God save Joseph from the kicks and blows from his brothers? No, they really kicked him. They really kicked him. You think when they were throwing him in the pit, they first put there something, a soft landing? No, it was a hard crash. Come on. What they did to Joseph, did it stop them from being his brothers? They remained his brothers to the end. But the journey for Joseph started
Yes, sir.
by their hatred.
By their hatred.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
They were just pulling him to that place called there, where his blessings were waiting for him. Follow Joseph. Follow him to Pontiphil's compound. Follow him in the prison. Follow him. Now he is a king. One day, as he sits on the throne and the subjects come to pay homage, what does Joseph see? On the eastern door comes Reuben, followed by Levi. The way they walked, they come and bow before him. The dream is fulfilled. Now watch. Was Joseph excited? No.
No.
This time, no. He was already mature. He knew how to hold himself. Hallelujah.
Amen.
The Bible tells us that he had even never disclosed his identity, because he was mature. Yes, maturity is the ability to know when to be silent. Do you love God?
Amen.
I feel, let me stop here. May God bless you. Keep praying for us and keep remembering us for good or for bad. God bless you very much. I can hear my Savior calling. I can hear my Savior calling. I can hear my Savior calling. Master, come. Take thy cross and follow. Where he leads me, I will follow. Where he leads me, I will follow. Where he leads me, I will follow. I go with him, I go with him all the way.
Oh, take the cross and follow me. Where he leads me,
I will follow. Where he leads me, I will follow. Where he leads me, I will follow. I'll go
with him and go with him. Oh, where he leads me.
Where he leads me, I will follow.
I'll be matured, Lord.
Where he leads me, I will follow.
Into maturity, where he leads me,
I will follow. And go
with him, with him. Will we bow our heads? I don't know what your prayer will be this afternoon, but I feel like saying, Lord, help me. These things are brought to our remembrance. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you for your word, Lord. We give you praise for your goodness. Thank you for your mercies. Thank you, Father, Savior divine. Help me to look at myself. Help me to walk on myself. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Let's pray for the servant of God. Lord, help your man servant. As he has watered us, may you water his life. Pray to the Lord this hour. Ask God for help. Ask God for grace for his life, his family, his church, and all the ministers that are scattered around Uganda, Rwanda, and Congo that the Lord has given him to be mentors to. Oh, Father, Lord. Thank you, Father, Lord. Oh, precious Lord, we give you praise. Thank you, Father, Lord Jesus. Thank you, Father, Lord. We pray for our pastor friend James Patrick Mfunabandi, that the hand of God will be upon his life, to bless him, to protect him, to keep him. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Glory to your name. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' mighty name. Thank you, Father. Pray that the word of God that has come from his mouth will bless you. As you go, let this word manifest in your place of living, where you live. Let this word manifest. This word manifest in your home, in your environment, where you walk, where you do business. Lord, help me to be matured. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Father. We give you praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Father in heaven, we are grateful for this time. We've really been blessed by your word. Thank you for counting us worthy of hearing these things. Lord, bless your manservant as he'll be traveling back to Uganda tomorrow. Lord, may you show him your goodness. Keep your promises concerning travels, that as he came here safely, he will return safely. And we will receive news of his arrival. And we will celebrate to the glory and praise of your name. And Lord, when he will hearing about us, let it be truly that the word of God has prospered in our lives. We thank you for teaching us. In Jesus' name we pray. We'll just put our hands for the Lord Jesus Christ. The word of God, first, is true. The word of God is the same. Amen. The vehicles might be different. Praise the Lord. But it goes to do the same thing. I pray that we open our hearts. Amen. I understand our assembly very well. Of course, I'm the pastor here, that we are good listeners. But some people in listening, they sleep. Amen. Once in a while, respond to the word of God. Say amen where you need to say amen. when something, he said, in all of the food that is on the table, you cannot eat all. But that one that belongs to you. A sister called Sister Hatir was visited by Brother Bram and some of his ministers, about 2 of them, Bankswood and the other brother. And she had prepared some nice meal for them. Brother Bram was the one who hunted the squirrel and brought. And they prepared the food. And while Brother Bram was giving them the testimony of how he got those squirrels, she said the right thing. Yes, Brother Bram, it is true. When you are able, when God speaks, because you are seeing a man, but that word is not word of a man. When it comes to your life, when God speaks to your life and you know that this word is mine, receive it. Don't just don't dumb yourself. Receive it. It got to time that Elisha had to shout. You know, they've been talking, they say, you know, I'll be going to Gilgal. From Gilgal, I'll go to Bethel. From Bethel, I will go to Jericho. They are talking slowly. And Elisha was talking slowly. It's okay. But when the chariot was going, he said, what about the mantle you told me? You'll be there. Do you want to tell me that Elijah forgot the mantle? He still checked whether he needed it. The Bible says, they that diligently, he has asked before. He gave a reminder. He gave a reminder. He come and stand where the man will see him. I don't know how many of you have used to go to your uncles and ask for something for the school. The one you lie plus the one that is real. Amen. The uncle doesn't know which one is a lie and which one is real. But this is how he knows. Uncle, they say we should bring religious carpet. Since the man don't know what is religious carpet. Then he said, okay, remind me. Then you remind him. He does as if he's not remembering. He remembers. But if that thing is real and they are going to beat you really, you will wait. But he's looking. You yourself, guilty conscience start to catch you. You now forget about it. The man knows it was a lie. But something that was very important, something that was very, 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 very important, you will explain and you will wait. The uncle is going out, you stand by his car. Amen. Praise the car is not dirty, you are cleaning it. That is true. No, somebody wants something from somebody, you just go and hang up yourself and sit down cross leg. Amen. You have to put yourself in front there. Elisha had to shout, screamed, my father, the chariot of Israel and his horsemen. He shouted. Elijah, look, you can't go to heaven with that thing. Oh. They don't use that thing in heaven. Drop it down. When the word of God comes to you, receive it. He said, there are many food on the table. You rightly divide. The one that is yours, take it and make amen. Praise the Lord. Amen. Before we bring our offerings, I'd like to say this again. Those of us that went for one interview, or you were not called for interview, or you have been trying to do something, it seems as though that things are not working. Wait and see me after this meeting. We are going to gather here tomorrow. When you come with your luggage and your baggage, whatever you call it. Praise the Lord. We'll be here. Amen. It may not be everyone, but those that the Lord, amen. There is how God in Christ was going to the house of Jairus, and the woman with the issue of blood stepped in and took the blessing. Availability is very important. You know, Brother Abraham said that you cannot bluff the devil. Say he's there. But if you stand in your position, you cannot bluff him emptily. It is Christ. It is the bluff of Christ, like it was in David. When Goliath gave all his whatever, put it down. And he brought him down. You have to bring your Goliath down. In the name of Jesus Christ. Glory be to God. So please, that is very important. And briefly, I think we immediately after the commence of the benediction, the close of the service, just stay on your seat. I'd like the others to address you on the oncoming programs that we have. That is internal to the church. Amen. That is church issue. Praise the Lord. So immediately we close the service, just remain on your seat for 2 minutes. They just give that important note. And those of you who had meetings last Sunday, you know what I'm talking about. Amen. Are we here? Praise the Lord. We want to give to the Lord. Are we ready? So now, if you are here for the first time, like those, Brother Peter and those who are here for the first time, please, we humbly request you with respect not to give tithe. Amen. Praise the Lord. Tithings is to be given where you belong. The home church where you belong. Even though you go anywhere. Praise the Lord. Where you are fed, your tithe goes back there. That's scripture. Praise the Lord. So you are free to give offerings. And so those sitting here will give their offerings here. The ushers will lead you on how to move. And those sitting here and this area will give their offerings there. Please, brother, open that to show them. That is the offering box. Amen. So visitors can give offerings, but not tithings. The Lord bless you in the name of Jesus Christ. So let's worship the Lord with our givings. Amen. Yes. Instrumentalists, give us a song. Jesus sound in our believers' ears. It soothes its sorrows, heals its wound, and drives away its fear. Hallelujah! How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in our believers' ears. Let's move fast. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away his fear. It makes the wounded spirit whole and calms the troubling breast. Taste manna to the hungry soul and to the weary rest. Dear the rock on which I stand, my shield and hiding place. Oh, my never failing treasury filled with boundless stores of grace. Wait, let the children wait. We will be praying for the children as was instructed while they are coming for their offering. That's the chance that we have now. So even the pregnant sisters also can come. all children. Make all children to come on the line. All children. The rest can give their offerings, but let the children do it. Outside, everyone, call everybody to be in the tabernacle. Everyone that is outside, come in. You never knew that song? You don't know that song? Amen. We're going to sing it again. Praise the Lord. And we're going to celebrate in the presence of the Lord. We'd like to The Bible says, he that watereth needs to be watered. I want to appreciate those some sisters here have, amen, put together gifts for the wife of the ministers. The Lord bless you richly. But as a church, we want to give an offering. Amen. Praise the Lord. And please, I want everywhere to be quiet. Those that are still walking around, you are not so small children. Sit down, please. Don't allow those boys to go out there to the toilet in twos. They go to play. Amen. Okay, we can now please close the entrance of the tabernacle. Amen. It is said that we have deacons according to the doors of the church. How many of you have heard that before? Amen. Praise the Lord. You cannot have a door without a keeper. Blessed be the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Now, the Bible says, he that waters needs to be watered. When you appreciate the word of God and accept it, it will work for you. Nobody should be outside. Praise the Lord. And I believe that we are blessed people. Are we? I am a blessed person. Amen. So, these servants of God have been here. Pastor James is going to go back tomorrow. He leaves the house 7:30 in the morning for the airport. Amen. I want to tell you, I pray that the Lord will help you to always appreciate his gifts. Amen. There are many churches that don't have visitors because they don't want. Not that the people don't want, but the pastor don't want. Is that true? Amen. But if the doors are open, I believe that if you have been in these meetings, there must be even some small thing you have learned. Is that true? So, if that is true, then let us water the minister. It is different with us because in other places, it is the minister that comes to start raising funds. We don't do that. Amen. And we will never do it. We will never pull people for money. But something that is for your blessing, we should not talk too much about it. So, if we are ready, praise the Lord. I want you to bring that single offering tray here. Amen. So we want to bless God's servant. Whatever, is it open, brother? Okay, good. Whatever the Lord lay in your heart, or if you are going to send it through an account, the whole of today till 12 a.m., we will get it out and change it. We don't want to give him things that he cannot carry. Amen. I go to many countries and then somebody tells me, oh, please, I want you to carry this pineapple home. In Karamoja, they gave me 54 chickens. And they say, you must carry it. I said, they need visa. That will mean 54 visas. And you know, the Karamojans don't understand. They don't understand why you should not carry it. Amen. They say, when you met us, we didn't even have one fowl. Now we have so much, and then we are offering you 54. And I said, okay, bring 4. Kill it. They kill. We ate. I said, okay, take the rest, go and keep it for me. They are still calling me to come and carry it. Amen. So we don't want to carry goods and be giving pastor. He has a lot back there. Amen. So but when at least we could buy him some foreign exchange, let him take back home. There are people who were at home. He will welcome them and say, okay, this is what they gave. Is that okay? Let's put hands for the Lord Jesus Christ. So take your gift and begin to talk to the Lord. If you are going to send something in account, write it and say, okay, I'm giving this amount of money this night. Talk to the Lord. Lord, you have sent your servant. And by this, I show a sign of appreciation to the word that you have sent, and I have received your word. Let it be a blessing. This is a prophet's offering. May I not lose the prophet reward. Talk to the Lord. Talk to the Lord. Talk to the Lord. You can come while you are there. If you have prayed and you know that the Lord has answered you, come forward and just drop the offerings and go back to your seats as we close the service. Through the love of God.
Father, we thank you for the offering and the token of love and appreciation your children are giving to your servant you brought to us, that watered us with the bread of life. Lord, may this offering be acceptable unto you as a sweet smiling savour. We pray that as many as that have given, Lord, in return, bless them multiple folds, million folds, 1,000 folds, in the name of Jesus Christ. And those that could not be able to give, their minds are here. Lord, visit them so that next time they will participate. Thank you for your servant that have blessed us. Give him this as a token. He will take it home. It shall be a blessing to his family. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Oh, sing hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Amen. Are you happy? Turn to your neighbor, say you are blessed. Amen. Turn to somebody else and say you are blessed. Because you believe, the Lord will put a smile on your face. If God can cause somebody far to dream, and the dream is going to be connected here, then God can send a message to you. One of the message pastor was preaching today, he said God wanted to test wanted to see the taste of milk. Was that the last time he has been coming? Many a times, you are too busy to receive visitors. It's a scripture. He said, please read it. What is that scripture? Hebrews 13. He said, do not be weary. For by so doing, some have received angels. Be not forgetful. He said, forgetful to entertain strangers. A stranger is somebody that you don't know. Be not what? Forgetful to entertain strangers. For thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Amen. And I put it as a Lord. There was a prayer. This servant of God was praying for me. He said, brother, he said, Lord, this man of God is interested in your people. Each time you pass by, may he not lack what he is going to feed you with. There is something. When I remember how we struggled in our early days of ministry, not just, it was not about starting a church. Brother Branham said that this message is not a church message. I heard people talking. Oh, where is this church in Egypt? It does not exist. What about in Vietnam? It's not there. What about in Cambodia? It's not there. Little did I know that God will move me to those places. And we went there, put churches in place. It cost us. In Vietnam, I had to give people transport money to come and hear the word of God. So after that suffering, everything, we will do what is called contribution, loans. And maybe in a year, could only buy one ticket. And I say, Lord, these tickets, I will not just be buying tickets, but we'll buy tickets. Our churches will buy tickets for ministers. Amen. If the Lord was ministering to me, say, convert such faith into other things, and it will be so. What is your strong point? Convert it to other things, and it will be so. Praise the Lord. So you are a blessed people. Amen. And that's how it should be. Now lastly, before we pray and leave, when the river, when a fish inside the river increases, when the fish in the river increases, if care is not taken, the fishes will be eating themselves. So you see that the river needs to make an outlet for some fishes to flow out. Amen. Praise the Lord. And that's how it is. But God orders his works. Brother Grant was saying something. He said, God orchestrates his gifts. Praise the Lord. Amen. I would like to read a scripture again. Just one scripture. When Paul spoke to Titus. Titus is before Philemon. From verse 1. Titus chapter 1, from verse 1. And I'd like to I'll just read down. Please pay attention. Paul, a servant of God and an apostle of Jesus Christ according to the faith of God's elect and the acknowledging of the truth which is after godliness, in hope of eternal life which God had, that cannot lie, promised before the world began, but had in due times manifest his word through preaching, which is committed unto me according to the commandments of God and our Savior. To Titus, mine own son, after the common faith, grace, mercy, peace from God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ our Savior. For this cause I left thee in Crete, that thou shouldest set in order the things that are wanting, and ordain elders in every city, as I had appointed thee. So Titus was an elder, but he had a gift in the fivefold ministry. But he was appointed an elder because he was to oversee something. Praise the Lord. Amen. So elders are appointed to take oversight, whether spiritually or physically. Because not all elders are teaching elders, correct? Amen. Then he says, but all elders must meet the same conditions. Praise the Lord. Then he says, for this cause left I thee in Crete. Don't open that door. That thou shouldest set things in order, the things which are wanting, and ordain elders in every city, as I appointed thee. If any is blameless, first the person must be blameless. Amen. If any is blameless, a husband of one wife, he cannot be a polygamist. No polygamist can be an elder. Praise the Lord. No polygamist can be an elder of Jesus Christ. Amen. If one is blameless, the husband of one wife, having faithful children, not accused of riot or unruly. Amen. For a bishop, now he puts this here because these are teaching elders, a bishop must be blameless as a steward of God, not self-willed, not somebody who is self-willed, who wants to make gains, not soon angry, not giving to wine, nor striker, nor giving to filthy lucre, but a lover of hospitality, somebody who loves to be hospitable, a lover of good men, sober, just, holy, temperate, holding fast that faithful word, as he had been taught. He must have been taught too, that he may be able by sound doctrine both to exhort and to convince the gainsayers. So church, this afternoon we want to appoint another elder. The church does not appoint the elder, it is the apostle that appoints the elder. Amen. Praise the Lord. It is the man who is in charge that knows that there is a need for it. Praise the Lord. I do not run this church with anybody. Amen. But I'm called as God's servant to run according to the pattern that is given to me. And the earlier we can understand that and follow, the better. So if we are given any office to hold, you hold it and be answerable to the Lord Jesus Christ and his servant, whom he has sent. Amen. By so doing, we will not have, there will be less problems. Amen. So, I have seen it, that there is need for yet one more elder in the church. And I want to call the person that, there is no pre-knowledge. I used to give letters, but there's no pre-knowledge to this. And you will know at the end of the matter. Brother Austin Okolo, please come forward. If you open your mouth, fly will fall in. Just stand. Okay. Sister Austin Okolo, stand up. Come forward. Maybe if I have told you, you would have worn suit. So turn and face the church. Look at them. Let their children come forward. If your daddy is here, come forward. These are their children. Amen. Do you know them? Can we say that they are a godly family? Okay. Turn back and face me now. All right. Amen. Before I pray, I would like to lose your attention. Amen. I'm going to pray for Brother Austin as an elder of the faith. He's the new pastor of Egbeda Church. Deacons, elders, take care. Amen. Amen. Peace be still. Amen. Praise the Lord. Brother Austin, Sister Austin, the Lord bless you. It is not my making. Brother Godswill is already in Paris right now as we speak. Soldier go, soldier come, barrack remain. And why Brother Austin was the Brother Godswill was the pastor there, that church was handed over to me by his father. I did not put Brother Godswill there because he was the son of the pastor. God bearing me witness. But you all know that Brother Godswill has got a ministry and is a servant of God. If you, like Brother Gideon, you're always there, he will say, oh, we are waiting for pastor to come. I said, I keep correcting him in the presence of everybody. I only can pastor this one church. We don't have two pastors here. There's one pastor here. We have ministers. Praise the Lord. And wherever the Lord can send any of the ministers, he will send. And God forbid that I sit on anybody's gift. I will not do it. Praise the Lord. So, this family, we must receive them after I've prayed with them and respect them as that. Praise the Lord. He will be, it is not a headquarter transfer. No. It is not an headquarter transfer. If tomorrow he doesn't want me to preach in that church, he is free. If he tells me, Pastor Nice, I don't want to see your legs around this environment, I will beg him, but please, always allow me to come and visit the mama that is there. Amen. He is free. He is answerable to God. Amen. But our eyes will be on doctrines. Because somebody stood here, as far as he stands there to preach, he can hit on your doctrine. It is there for you to prove whether what you have been preaching is right or wrong. Amen. So, I want the ushers give me something they can kneel down with. Bring something there. So please, we will, amen. Brother will have these few services with us. Amen. And by the first week of August, after all the transition will have been completed, we will do send-off for him. Has he not been faithful here? You want to just drive him like that to go? We'll do send-off for him. Probably somebody can give him a car because now he's far. He needs mobility. Praise the Lord. Do send off for him and let him go and do the work that God has put in his hand. If he was cheating here, he will go and cheat himself there. Abi? So if he respected pastor here, they will respect him there. Praise the Lord. That God is good. I like, and I want us to love one another, to respect one another. And I've seen that I've seen Brother Austin, how he has respected other ministers. He respects Brother God's will. I see that. He is married, has children, but he respects Brother God's will as a pastor. Amen. And that honor, the Lord is going to put on you. You may kneel down, Brother and Sister Austin. Let the church rise now. So, Brother Kingsley, please come with the jar of oil. So, to my sister, I will say, you have to pray for understanding. That understanding, the way to deal with people. I'm talking to Sister Austin. No, you. The worst thing to be in this world is to be a pastor's wife. People think it's the best thing. Except you are a pastor's wife over 70. But people will find the reason why not to respect you. Everything you do, people will complain. And because you are the first church. Amen. So, as you are going there, you will meet other people who have been there, who even know the environment more than you. You have to hide yourself and allow the Lord to lead you. Amen. Father, we thank you in the name of Jesus Christ. The Bible says that Samuel took the jar of oil and poured on Saul and said, "Is it not because the Lord has anointed thee captain over his people?" And today, Lord, by the commission, even the teaching, Pastor Philip Bakina was teaching a few days ago on Wednesday, and he said that the office of the apostle is able to control the gifts under and is willing to send out people. And I saw people turning about. Those who have been arguing in their heart whether God has sent a servant or not. But Lord, they turned and they looked at themselves, because we have been doing the work even without carrying titles. But today, I stand humbly in this office as God's servant and apostle, whom you have proven in many lands, in many terrible places. And I ordain Brother Augustine Okolo as an elder of the faith in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. This oil is the oil of honor.
Amen.
The olive tree is the priest of all other trees.
Amen.
I put you right under the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Let the pillar of fire identify with you.
Amen.
Whatever you bind is bound.
Amen.
Whatever you lose will be loosed.
Amen.
No demon shall oppose you.
Amen.
Even angels shall obey you.
Amen.
I pray for grace upon this family, to your wife and children, that none of their hair shall fall.
Amen.
They will be able to say that our God is able to protect us and able to provide for us. Go in this might and prove that good, acceptable, and perfect will of God. Father, we thank you. Blessed be your name forever. I give you the right hand of fellowship and ask you in the name of Jesus Christ. God bless you. The Lord strengthen you, grant you wisdom in the name of Jesus Christ. It is well with you. Welcome. Shalom. We are still in the service. Okay, we are still in the service. Amen. Okay. Take him, oh God. Just take him as he goes. Let's sing as we rise up. The service come to close. You are your way. You are Yahweh. You are Yahweh. You are Yahweh. You are Yahweh. Alpha, Omega. You are Yahweh. Alpha, Omega. Lord, I present your children before you in this new week as they enter. Thank you for your mercies. All glory belongs to you. As they step their feet out of this gate, Lord, the favor and the blessings of God will welcome them. Their peace will shoot the enemies. Thank you, Father. No weapon fashioned against them shall prosper. Every door that seemed to be closed, I command them to be opened. The things that they are afraid of, Lord, may you overcome it. Give them victory. Those who are having dates, appointments, and deadlines to meet up a particular program, Father, you will be God for them. Supply. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Glory be to your holy name. As we wait for the announcement, Lord, after the service, may your name be glorified. Bless us continually. And those that are here for the first time, may they receive a golden blessing that they will remember this day with. And know that their time and hours here was not a waste. Thank you, Father. The grace of Jesus abide with you all till we meet again. In Jesus' name we pray. Shalom, church. So just